Yes, ma'am, we can start.
Yeah, okay. Good morning to everybody and a warm welcome. Good morning to everybody and a warm welcome to all of you to this conference on big data and data analytics for public policy, organized by the Department of Economics, now known as the Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy under the UGC CAS program. The Mumbai School of Economics has had the honor and privilege of being recognized as a Center for Advanced Studies in Economics continuously since 1963, and we are currently in CAS 6th phase. The award of the CAS status to the department over this long period of time has immensely benefited the department in the research and building a good research and teaching infrastructure in the department. Under the CAS, we organize conferences every year in the various thrust areas identified under that particular CAS. Big data analytics, which is an emerging area in research and policy making, has been one of the thrust areas under CAS 6, along with four of other areas, which are public finance, urban economics, applied econometrics, and quantitative finance. In the highlight of this year's conference, apart from it being in the online mode, is the association and participation of our young alumni as paper presenters. We look forward to a greater association with our alumni and young researchers in all future CAS conferences. And with this very brief introduction, I now request our director, Professor Dolly Sunny, to give her welcome comments. Professor Dolly Sunny.
Thank you, Professor Swati. Esteemed dignitaries, chairpersons and speakers, faculty members, alumni, research scholars and students. I, Professor Dolly Sunny, Director of Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, welcome you all for the conference. MSCPP has seen changes in the socio-economic and political arena of India right from the time of British paramountcy till date. As you are aware, this is a centenary year of our department. During this period, our department has continuously evolved right from its advent as Bombay School of Economics to Department of Economics to Center of Advanced Studies in Economics and currently as MSCPP. Through a special GR of Government of Maharashtra with the seed money of 25 crores, MSCPP reached its pinnacle. We have a rich tradition of having luminaries from MSCPP such as Professor Vakil, Professor Brahmananda, Professor Datwala, and Professor Lakdawala. It is my privilege to welcome all of you on the occasion of the conference on big data and data analytics for public policy. Under UGC's CAS 6 SAP 3. First and foremost, I welcome Professor Dinesh Kumar of IIM Bangalore, who consented to deliver the inaugural lecture, and also Professor S. Kar of the Institute of Economic Growth, New Delhi, who would chair the session. I also welcome Dr. Nalin Priyaranjan, Dr. Banu Pratap of RBI, Dr. Neeraj Vaidya, Ayush Patnaik, and Gaurav Badekar, who would deliver lectures for the first session. I also welcome Dr. Karan Garg, Ila Patnaik, Renuka Sane, Ajay Shah, S.V. Subramanian, Omkar Sathe, Aniket Bhatchande, who would deliver lectures for the post-lunch session. Our speakers are distinguished personalities from corporate sector, NGO, as well as from world-renowned Harvard University, Warwick University, etc. I especially welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar for chairing the post-lunch session. I welcome the faculty members of all university bodies, alumni, ex-directors, ex-professors, the coordinators of CAS, alumni and teaching faculty of MSCPP, research scholars, and students from different university departments and colleges. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you, Dr. Dolly. Let me now introduce our chair for the morning, Professor Sabyasachi Kar. Professor Kar is the RBI Chair Professor at the Institute of Economic Growth and an honorary visiting fellow at the University of Manchester. He is the associate editor of the prestigious Indian Growth and Development Review, and his research work covers a wide range of areas such as macroeconomics and growth, political economy, and regional economics. Professor Kar has published extensively in these areas of interest, has authored 4 books, and undertaken several research projects for both national and international agencies. With this, Professor Kar, I request you to welcome our inaugural speaker, Professor Dinesh Kumar of IIM Bangalore. Over to you, Professor Kar.
Thank you. Swati, you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, we can.
So, good morning to everybody, and let me join the organizers in welcoming you to this conference, to this very timely conference on big data and data analytics for public policy. Swati has already given some background of what I do. I'd just like to add that I'm an interested student of big data and machine learning, so I would like to thank them again for giving me this chance to come and attend this session. This session particularly is on data-driven regulatory frameworks, and I think we are very lucky to have Professor U. Dinesh Kumar of IIM Bangalore to come and talk to us on this issue. Professor Dinesh Kumar is actually Professor of Decision Sciences as well as Chairperson of the Data Center and Analytical Lab at IIM Bangalore. He has varied research interests, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and a lot of other areas. He has published very widely in very highly reputed journals in all these areas. And a latest book of his, I would call it a definitive book, has been published by Wiley. It's titled Business Analytics, the Science of Data-Driven Decision Making. I'm also told that he's an excellent public speaker, and I'm really looking forward to this session. I'm sure all of us will enjoy it very much. Over to you, Professor Dinesh.
Thank you, Professor Kar. Thank you, Swati, Dolly. It's a great pleasure to be here to share my thoughts with the entire gathering. I want to share my computer and PowerPoint. I think I will need permissions. So somebody has to make me as a host.
One second, we'll do that.
Yeah. So you can see my Dinesh Kumar is the name, displayed name. You can just make me as the host. Okay.
I have made you the host.
Yes, thank you. Right. So what I'm going to, I hope you can see my screen and PowerPoint.
Not as yet.
I have shared it. Please check now. Can you please confirm whether you can see my presentation? Somebody?
No, it's
No,
not.
we cannot.
Okay, let me try again. Now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do is talk about an issue which is going on in several states of India, and also a concern at a center level, which is to do with online games, right? So in the recent past, that is within the last 1 year, several states tried to ban online games in India, citing various reasons, but all of them were thrown out by the court, high courts in respective states. But there is a, real need for a data-driven regulatory framework. And the question is, how do you create that, right? So that's what I'm going to talk about today. And let me first introduce how big this particular issue is, and also why data-driven regulatory framework is required to actually monitor and also ensure that this particular popular media is managed well, right? So if you look at what is happening is, obviously it is rapidly growing in India. And since the pandemic started, there are a lot of issues which started cropping up. There was isolation of people, so they couldn't interact with their friends. And what is the entertainment for them, right? So how do they engage themselves in any given day if you're locked up in a room? So what used to happen in the past, for example, playing cards with friends, or playing caroms, all that moved to online. So in the last few years, there were 650 plus online gaming startups in India, right? And there are two unicorns, MPL and Dream11. And as per government reports, it says that there are 120 million active users. And according to the Niti Aayog, if you compare 2016 and 2019, in 2016, India had only 2 million fantasy sports users, whereas we have about 90 million. And this is 2019, it may be much higher today, right? What are the concerns? Now, as I said, few governments tried to ban, it didn't work, but why they were trying to ban? The first thing is addiction. Now, I would like to share two incidents regarding this. There was one particular case where there was a student, he receives, he was one of the NITs, and he received a letter. His parents received a letter from the institute saying that he is not allowed to write the exam. And it was a surprise for the parents because he used to be a very studious student. And when they inquired, this student obviously was not attending classes. He did not meet the required 75% attendance or something like that. And then it was, for parents, it was curious, right? And they were trying to figure out why he did not attend classes. And then they figured out throughout the night, he was playing these online games and then just slept off in the morning, right? And there was another incident where this is again, there are a lot of self-help groups. I'm just picking up stories from some of these groups. And this group said that there was a case where a person continuously played for more than 24 hours or something like that. So 300 times a particular game was played by this particular person. So the government is obviously concerned about addiction. And obviously, there is a money loss because some of these games are paid by putting money into it. And there are reports that there are suicide cases, at least that's the news came out of Telangana or Andhra, and that's the motivation for the government to ban it. And there are other social issues. In fact, there was an interesting case reported in Chennai where one clerk in one of the metro stations complained that somebody stole the cash from the metro station, but later it was found that he only stole it because he was addicted to rummy and online rummy, and he had taken loans from many people and he couldn't pay it, so he was basically stealing from his own kind of metro station. So these concerns are real, right? And that's the motivation for governments, state governments, to come up with very stringent laws. If you look at our current regulatory challenge, we are still governed by British era 1867 Public Gambling Act, which criminalizes any public gambling houses, right? And this is not designed to deal with online games and online, even if you want to call it gambling, it is not designed for that. So we still don't have a system. British in 2005 created or basically revised this act to incorporate online games and online gamblings and so on. India typically uses something called dominant factor test to determine whether the outcome of the game is driven by skill or chance. So for example, if you are playing chess in online, obviously to win your opponent, there is a skill required. Whereas, let us say you're playing roulette, right? Or any other kind of game, board game, or say something like Ludo. I'm just picking up some example. Maybe it's not, skill dominant. So if it is skill dominant, it was accepted to be fine. And if it is chance dominant, then it comes under gambling, so you can actually ban it. But the question is, how do you check whether something is skill dominant or not? There was an interesting case which happened a few years back, not in the last few years. So in Andhra, unified Andhra, this police arrest 3 people for playing rummy, right? And they take them to the court, and the lawyer argued that rummy is a skill dominant game, so you cannot arrest them. And they were acquitted because in rummy, you need to obviously remember what are the cards which other players may have, what are the cards being put, what are the cards being taken. So there is a definitive skill, or this skill is basically the skill of memory, right? So citing all these examples, it became very, very difficult for state governments to defend their case in court. And as I mentioned, Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, even Karnataka introduced new laws banning online games involving money. But this did not live up to the scrutiny of the courts. The courts simply say that these are all unreasonable, right? So there is a problem of regulating these games. So there is a public issue now, right? Now let us look at what has happened in other countries. For example, China, South Africa, Japan, if you travel to any of these countries in the past, you'll see that children, especially the small children, maybe they age 10 to 16 years, they're always on their mobile playing some game, right? They all tried banning, but none of them were successful. So Korea had this interesting rule, which is known as shutdown rule. Locally, it is called Youth Protection Division Act. So according to this act, somebody who is age less than 16 cannot play any game from midnight 12 till 6 o'clock in the morning. But then they realized that it was not working, right? I'll tell you why it was not working. You can control only the internet. Most of us basically use internet, right? But there is something called darknet. The darknet, nobody has any control. And a lot of business is done in darknet. So what they realized is that many of these providers were moving from internet to darknet. And also there is VPNs, which you don't even know what's going on at one site, whether it becomes very difficult to monitor whether somebody is below 16 is, playing or not, and they may be using completely different login ID and password. So they may be using their parents or friends who are older than 16 and so on. They realize that it's not working. But then there was a very interesting argument made by a group which said that you are taking away my rights to rights for recreation, because this is my recreation. You have no right as a government to take away my right. So when they started putting such arguments, the government did not have any answer to that. So they gave up, right? So imagine if a country like China is unable to implement or not successful in implementing, we are going to have a better problem. So our argument is that trying to ban everything is not going to work. What we need is a very strong regulatory framework to monitor all of them. Now, the question is, how do you regulate? And that's where we are suggesting data-driven regulatory framework, right? Just one question. I mean, if you have any question, you can ask. I don't know what's the format, but you can also ask towards the end of my session, right? If you have any clarificatory question, you can either put it in the chat or ask me if that is fine.
Okay, there's also, can I just,
Sorry,
yeah. So this is the, so can we have the questions after your speech?
Fine, yeah, we'll do that, yeah.
Is 11:30 enough for you? And then,
Yeah, 11:30 should be enough, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what is the trend? Now, what is happening is that even though the Indian state governments are trying to ban, it is a medal event in 2022 Asian Games. So there are 8 games. I'll just take you to the Wikipedia site, which is basically medal event in Asian Games. So these are the 12. Most of you would have heard about it. FIFA, which is a sports-based game, and so on. They're all medal games. And what is happening is that in Olympics, they're going to try out as considered as medal events. So typically introduced as an event which is just for display, and then in the future Olympics, it may become medal event. Now, by banning this, are we stopping India from getting medals in these very prestigious Olympics and Asian Games and so on? So that's another question that we need to answer. What many European countries are doing is that they are actually working on their regulatory framework to make an ecosystem that supports esports at the same time restrict the ill effects of these esports and online games and so on, right? Right, so what is the problem that we are facing? Now, all these 4 state governments had one single argument. That argument was, if it involves money, we are going to ban it, right? That did not stand the scrutiny of the legal system. All 4 cases, at least in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, the High Court did not accept that argument. And I'm sure probably that happened in Andhra and Telangana, were just not following. So the question is, how do we handle that, right? So that's where we are suggesting this data-driven regulatory framework. Now, to get into a data-driven regulatory framework, we need to understand the fact that there are a large number of different varieties of online games. For example, some of you may play in your mobile phone things like Candy Crush, right? Or there are very kind of violent games like Sharpshooter and all that, where you're trying to kill the other person in the game, obviously, right? And another concern is that there are some of these games have adult content. So whether the children should be exposed to adult content or not. So there's huge variety of online games, right? Now, one is we have to come up with the right classification of online games and then have regulatory framework for each of those classes. That's the first one. The second is we need how can I identify whether a game involves skill or chance, right? It's like playing chess in a online platform against roulette in an online platform. You cannot treat them same. That's the argument of the laws, right? And also, how do you deal with monetary risk, betting, and addiction, and so on? So these are the 4 items to be considered when we are coming up with a regulation. So I'm not going to get into this detail of these different kinds of games. So I can share this paper. This paper is going to be published soon in EPW. But we are going to focus on something called online fantasy sports, right? What is online fantasy sport? This is a very interesting ad. Obviously, this is based on US. Just watch this ad.
Daily Fantasy is the hottest new way to make real money.
As soon as I tried DraftKings, I was hooked.
I turned $35 into $2 million into $40 into $0 on FanDuel.
Daily Fantasy is the best. I get to play every day.
You mean you get to gamble?
It's not gambling.
Oh, it's definitely gambling. You have a massive gambling problem.
It's actually a skills-based game that is going to make us rich one day.
You're an idiot.
a winner. With Daily Fantasy, anyone can win.
I've won $784,000 on FanDuel.
See? You can compete against millions of regular sports fans just like you.
I have a master's degree in statistics and have designed an advanced algorithm that incorporates real-time weather condition updates and can calculate an earned run average to the 20th decimal point.
Daily Fantasy Sports is the only skills-based entertainment product where you can win.
Okay. So how does it work? Many of you probably are not familiar with how the fantasy sports work. So let me explain how it works. Suppose there is a match, since IPL is coming up, let us say there is a match between Chennai and Mumbai, right? So what the users do is they create a fantasy team or imaginary team in which they can have players from both teams, right? So for example, they can pick up Dhoni as well as Rohit Sharma, play for opposite teams and form a team which is an imaginary team, obviously a team with 11 players. Now, based on the player performance in that match, right? So for example, let us say Dhoni scores 40 runs, depending on how many were fours and how fast and all, there's a point system calculation. So for your team, based on the actual performance of the players, you get a point. And if you're the, like you get highest number of points, you're the winner. And you can play this for free, just for fun, or you can play for money, right? And there are different kinds of contests. So for example, there are private contests in which, let us say a company says, okay, we want to have a team building exercise. So one way of team building is we make two teams into two different teams and they go and play a fantasy sport. So the public is not allowed, right? There are public games in which anybody can enter. Now within that, there are multiple contests. So for example, they divide, okay, in this particular contest, there'll be only 100 people playing. In this contest, there'll be only 10. In this contest, there'll be 1,000, right? And the winners could be the one who gets the highest number of points, or it could be top 10, top 100, and so on, depending on the contest size and so on, right? This is growing tremendously. I mean, this is outdated data. I'm talking about 2017, but we are talking about several million, and the money involved is huge. And as I said that in India, just last few years, there are two unicorns, right? Both mostly around cricket. Okay, so the question is, if I have to come up with the regulatory framework where I argue that, okay, if it is a skill-based, then you should allow, right? For example, if I'm looking at games like chess or tennis or football, they're all highly skilled games. Against roulette or flywheel, all those things are basically low skill, or housey, those kind of things, tambola, those kind of things, right? But then every game has a chance element. So for example, in cricket, it is possible that in the first ball, the batsman gets dropped and he or she goes on to score a century, right? So there is a chance involved. So what we are saying is that we are not eliminating chance. We are saying that, okay, whether the skill is the dominant factor in deciding the output, right? There'll be always an element of chance. We are not ruling out that, okay? So why is this? Because across board, there is an agreement, there is a chance element in everything, right? So we are not going to ignore that. For example, if somebody says happy married life, is happy married life, is it a skill or a chance, right? I mean, you can enter your response in chat. Some of you may argue that it is a skill. Some of you argue that it is a chance, right? But what about investing in stock market? Is it a skill or chance, right? Again, some of you may argue that, okay, this is a skill, but then people also can make money by pure chance, right? So what we are arguing is that if it is a skill dominance, we should observe 4 different attributes. The first one is there is a strategic team selection. Now I'm talking about this with reference to online fantasy sports, right? That means an individual uses a strategy, right? And some specific strategies have higher winning chances. Okay, so you may, for example, if I have to refer to cricket, the user may look at the past performance of the player in that specific venue and against a specific opponent or against specific bowlers and so on, right? As against, if you are throwing a dice, what strategy can you have, right? Is there any strategy for throwing die or tossing a coin so that you can ensure you get only head or tail unless you have, like, you know, coin used by Amitabh Bachchan in Sholay or something like that, right? So the strategy, whether there is a winning strategy, right? And many of these games have constraints. So for example, you cannot have more than 7 players from one team. So what do I mean by that? Suppose, let us say Chennai and Mumbai are playing. You cannot take all the players from Chennai. You have to take at least 4 from Mumbai, right? And you cannot have all of them as batsmen. And you need to have a wicket keeper, all that. Now, I'm using cricket as an example, hoping that all of us understand cricket, or all of the listeners here understand cricket, right? And then the third one is learning effect. Now, when we say skill, that means there is a learning. Otherwise, we cannot define what is a skill, right? So there is no skill in tossing a coin and ensuring that it becomes only head or something like that, right? But whereas if you are trying to learn to play tennis or piano, there is a learning effect, right? With experience, you become better, right? And then winning consistency. If you are a highly skilled player, you must be winning consistently, right? So imagine if every time some new player wins, then there is a problem. The design of the sport itself is problematic, right? So it's like playing Uno or something like that, okay? How are we going to test? So we framed many different hypotheses. I'm just highlighting only a few here. So for example, strategic team selection, the scores, remember the scores are the scores obtained by a user when he selects a team for a particular match, right? And we are saying that our hypothesis is that the scores of users who use strategic team selection is higher than scores of users who randomly select players. So I can do Inky, Pinky, Ponky and then select 11 players and then say, okay, this is our team, right? The game constraint utilization. So for example, there are large number of constraints, and that itself is an interesting research problem, whether you need to have more constraints or less constraints. And probably if we have time, we can discuss that later. So for example, should I take more batsman or bowler, right, in a cricket? Because the rule will allow you to take maximum of 7 batsmen or maximum of 7 bowler, right? Obviously, if I take 7 bowler, I'm left with only 4 slots for batsmen, right? Or should it be 5-5, whatever. So what should be the right combination of constraint? And you have to nominate somebody as the captain and vice captain. Now, why? Because if you nominate, let us say, for example, Rohit Sharma as the captain of your fantasy team, as per the rule, if Rohit Sharma scores 50 runs, you get 100 points, double the number of runs, right? So how do you take the decision to appropriately select a person as the captain, right? Now, remember, when you want to prove that something is a skill dominant, that means you're forcing the player to take a lot of decisions. What you're checking is whether this person is competent enough to take the right decision, right? So sometimes this game itself is checking whether they can take decisions where those decisions, or you can take the right decision only if you're competent, right? You can check the learning effect as they play more and more games, whether their winnability is higher, and consistency of the play, right? So basically, whether they are always in the top 10, or top 20 and all that, right? So suppose, let us say, in the first game, a particular player is in the top quartile, and the second game is in the bottom quartile, and the third game is in the middle, fourth game is in the top quartile, then there is a problem, right? He's randomly getting put in different places. So that is not an indication of skill. So what we did, we collected data from one of the popular fantasy sports companies. And this data was 2.5, basically 2.5 years of data on cricket. And we had 4,500 rounds. So each round is basically a match. So for example, if Mumbai and Chennai are playing, that's treated as a round, that's a term. Now for that match, so for example, tomorrow, I think there is a match between Chennai and KKR, Kolkata Knight Riders. So that's a round. Now within that round, there could be many contests. So even though you're seeing here 4,500 rounds, there are 8.2 million contests. Now, how are these 8.2 million contests? There are companies which will go to this particular fantasy sports operator, say that, okay, we are doing this exercise for our employees. This is a part of team building exercise. Can you create a private game for these teams? There'll be 4 teams playing against each other, right? And you can see that there will be a number of companies asking for that. There are free contests, right? You don't have to pay anything, it's just for fun. There are paid contests, you pay what is the amount, if you win, you make a lot more money. And within the paid contests, there are different types of contests. So there are contests where there are only 100 people playing. There are contests where there are some 1,000 people playing. There are contests only 10 people playing. Now, why they are different? If there are only 10 people, the topper gets all the money. If there are 100, the top 10 will get all the money is shared across the top 10, right? So there are different types of contests, right? And we looked at user base of about 2.1 million users, right? Remember, this is a sample data we're looking at only on IPL for a specific year. And at that time, there were 3,200 players. So when I say players, I'm talking about Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, those players, right? So these are the rules, right? Each player gets a budget of 100 credits, and he has to create 11 players. So for example, if you take very popular player, say Kohli or Rohit Sharma or somebody, you may have to spend a lot of money. So it may be like you would have exhausted some 15 points. So that means with the remaining 85 points, you have to select 10 more players, right? So basically what you're doing is mathematically, this is a kind of optimization you have to do, right? It's in war, we call this as knapsack optimization. You're selecting players and you have one constraint where the total amount spent is less than 100, right? And there are many different combinations. So for example, here, if you look at, obviously you need to have 1 wicket keeper. You can have 5 batsmen or 4 batsmen or 3 batsmen, and you can have so many bowlers. You can have so many number of all-rounders. So there are multiple combinations. And this is not the exhaustive list of constraints that I'm showing, right? So there are a large number of constraints, and obviously you have to come up with a team of 11. So once you basically create this team, you go and submit to this online or fantasy sports portal. And based on the actual performance of these players, you get scored, right? Now, this is what we were analyzing these scores. And we did large number of hypothesis tests. So for example, we want to check whether there is a learning effect, right? We did a simple pooled regression. We looked at, okay, what happens when a user plays large number of matches, right? So is there a learning effect? So the idea is that if there is a skill involved, there is a learning involved, right? So if a player plays more and more games, his points is going to increase. So that's basically what you're seeing here in this particular regression. We also created a situation where we created multiple strategies, and we also created a random number. So all the eligible players. So typically we are looking at some 30 players because typically each of these teams will have 15 players each to select the 11. So we created random numbers and then, created random team as well as strategy team. In that also we found that the strategic team is consistently outperforming random team, right? We also did hypothesis. These are simple, two sample t-tests, right? That's basically what we did. And we also looked at, okay, selecting a captain, whether it plays a role, right? And we found that there is a huge difference in selecting specific players as captain, because captains get the double the point, or if you nominate a particular player as a captain, he gets the double the point. So if you select the right person, then your points will double. So all these were actually coming out as statistically significant, right? So basically, a simple hypothesis test is giving us evidence to say that it's a skill-based team selection, right? And there is a learning effect. There is a statistically significant suggestion to say that there is a learning effect. There is also consistency. So what we did is that we tracked players who are in the top quartile. And most of the time they remained in the top quartile, right? And people who are in the bottom quartile, most of the time they remain in the bottom quartile. So we are able to differentiate who is skilled, who is not skilled, right? As I said, we also looked at strategies. Now, all this is fine. You are saying that there is a statistically significant relationship between skill and team selection and so on, right? But then is it a skill dominant? Okay. How do you actually say that it is skill dominant? I'm not going to present that. It's a paper that we are working on. So we did a panel data, basically stochastic frontier analysis, and we looked at the signal to noise ratio. I will not get into the technical details of stochastic frontier and how it works. If you're not familiar, it's possible that you may completely get lost. So basically, we found that I can argue that if the signal to noise ratio is greater than 1, I can at least make a claim that there is evidence to suggest that online fantasy sports is a skill dominant sport. But when we use the data from the same source, we found that signal to noise ratio is about 8.1, and it was statistically significant, right? So there is a strong evidence to suggest that online fantasy sports are actually skill dominant. There was a very interesting paper. This was published by a team of researchers from MIT. They basically claim that online fantasy sports requires higher skill than investing in mutual funds, right? So now what we are saying is that, okay, if you want to come up with a regulatory framework, then the best way to do is don't stop if it is a skill-based game, right? Anyway, you can't stop. I mean, if you're trying to stop things in internet, all these players will go to darknet. I mean, if you are not familiar with what is darknet, it's a parallel internet, it's like underground, right? To access that underground, you need a software. And once you install the software, you get into the underground, nobody will know what you're doing, right? It is very, very dangerous space. This is where a lot of fraud happens, right? People get, like a lot of fraud happens. People have lost huge amount of money. Even if they go on complaint to cyber cell and so on, they can't do anything because there is no access. Only way you can access is through the software and very, very secretive world, right? So you say, okay, you use the dominant factor to regulate online fantasy sports. Fine. What about other sports, right? Now, within the fantasy sports, if you look at, cricket, football, and all that, or basketball, these are team-based sports, right? Whereas, how do you create an online fantasy sports for individual games like tennis or boxing and so on? Now, one rule which all these online fantasy sports providers uses that, it is not about finding who will be the winner. So, for example, tomorrow there is a CSK versus KKR match. They're not asking you to find out who will win the match. Then it is a gambling. There is no doubt about that, right? They're not doing that. Okay. If they ask you to do that, it's a gambling, then it comes under our Gambling Act. They are actually saying that this is a game of intelligence, right? So the question is, how do you then come up with online fantasy sports for individual games like tennis? So let us say Grand Slam. Now what they do is, there are a large number of gaming houses in or work on the individual games. So typically, if you look at Grand Slam, like something like Wimbledon, the first round there may be about 128 players, and second round becomes half, third round it can becomes half of that, and so on, right? So they say that, okay, you can select 7 out of these 128, and also you can figure out who will enter the semi-final stage, right? And also there are points based on the number of points these players are getting and so on. So again, the games itself are designed such a way that it becomes, or it is moving towards a skill dominant kind of sport. Okay. There are many other issues, which is basically how do you then deal with addiction and all that, right? So what we are suggesting is that if you want to come up with a strong regulation, the first step is, I had one slide where I say you cannot create one size fits all, right? Don't blanket ban on everybody. It is not going to work. You use the argument of skill versus chance. And then you have a stringent KYC document, right? Today, you can come up with a very, very stringent KYC document. Without that, users cannot play. And see, remember, these are all driven by technology. Technology also has a solution, right? So for example, I can predict whether somebody is getting addicted by using artificial intelligence, right? So there are AI models which can actually create alerts, which will say that, okay, somebody is becoming now addicted to this game. So you have some kind of shutdown law for that particular person, right? And we need a separate board to monitor esports. So typically now everything comes under sports ministry, which cannot handle, because the moment you get into online sport, we are talking about, today there are close to 1,000 players, right? Tomorrow there'll be much higher. And they're all of different type and different nature. So we don't have skills to monitor that. So we need to have a separate board to monitor these esports and so on. So this is still an ongoing work. What I presented is our initial work, and we are working on another paper. And our strong recommendation is that banning is not going to work, because banning only if compliant companies you have, it may work. But then there are a lot of companies, even companies who are regulatory compliant, will move to .NET, which will be more dangerous for the society, right? So I'll stop here, and I would like to take questions, and probably we need to have more discussion rather than I'm just giving this talk, right? Questions, please.
Swati, can you come in?
Yes, there is, at the moment, there is just one question that has come in from Dhruv Shinde, who tells us, how can an illegal practice be considered as an act of recreation?
Good point. So what is illegal? Let us say I am playing caroms. Is it an illegal? So I was playing caroms with my friend. Now you ask me to sit at home because of COVID. I am not allowed to go out, right? If I sit at home, I can become, I will get into some mental health issues. What will be your answer to that? Do you want me to lose my mind, or you want me to enjoy my life? So this is a very, very interesting argument which was made in South Korea. Who are you to stop? This is a question asked to the government of South Korea. Who are you to stop my recreation? I am playing with my friends. You are not allowing me to go out. What is wrong if I play with my friends rummy? Who are you to stop that? What will be your answer? Dhruv, do you have any answer to that? So at the end of the day, it is like how, your lawyers are arguing, right? So forget about South Africa. Indian state courts, did not accept, right? The argument made by the state government, they did not accept. They did not ban them. Okay, this is a good question. What precautions should be made to avoid online fraud, right? Now, the fraud is, if you ask me, where is the maximum innovation happens in India? It's in fraud. Every day there is a new fraud, right? And as you bring in new technology, or when you introduce a new technology, people are going to use fraud, right? So, for example, like somebody created a fake Facebook, maybe you would have experienced in my name, and started sending messages to all my friends saying that I need money, right? So luckily nobody paid. They will just send a message. Somebody probably created fake Facebook in your name and so on, right? So the solution also comes through the AI, right? You have to create alert or what we call as fraud symptoms. For example, what are the fraud symptoms, right? Fraud symptoms, at least if you ask me, for example, the fake Facebook. Somebody creates a fake Facebook, probably in your name, and sends a message to your friend saying that I really need money. I got stuck. I lost. Somebody stole my purse. Can you send me, say, 20,000 rupees, right? Now you say, I don't have 20,000. Okay, send 10,000. I need immediately. And this message comes, 4 or 5 messages come within 1 minute, right? Now, how desperate a person is, you may not get such kind of messages. So that is an indication of fraud. So what the technology does is we can actually use fraud symptoms to create alert. Okay. And there are different types of fraud. So we need to actually use AI tool, probably integrate that in your operating system itself. So for example, today, your browser may not allow you to enter the website saying that this is a dangerous website, right? So like that, you need to create an alert system which says that don't go there, this is a fraud, right? For example, your Google Pay, right? And many of them, they give you an alert. So, I didn't experience. One of my friends was telling me that somebody did the same trick, like, pay, I need urgent cash. And when he was trying to pay, he got an alert from Google Pay saying that this is probably fraudulent. Do you want to go with this transaction, right? So all these are, again, technology created solution. So would cryptocurrency be included as part of the dark macroeconomic state? Now, see, the cryptocurrency is a black box, right? I really don't know whether there is something going on in darknet, but it is possible there is something going on in the darknet. Okay. We have offline video gaming parlors which seem to be games of chance. Don't they have any complaints to adhere? Okay, so in India, there are certain places where you can do it. For example, Goa, there are, they have casinos, right? Only Goa state has allowed. Because the gambling is a state subject in India, right? It's not a center subject. But in most states, you will not find online casinos, right? You may have recreational sports, but that's may not fall under gambling, okay? So since it is a state subject, it is possible that I'm aware of Goa, but Goa also has cruise where different types of cruises where you have within that cruise you have a gambling house, right? It's possible, but then most states it's not there.
He's asking an additional question here, which
Yeah.
is, can taxing the earnings from online games act as a deterrent to addiction?
Okay, so this is an interesting thing, right? What the government, I mean, this is a Niti Aayog report. I don't remember exact number, but then they said there are several crores of revenue generated because of online sports, right? And they're projecting this. One is GST, right? GST collection. The other one is there are a lot of other platforms that are getting used. For example, your payment gateway. And whenever you use payment gateway, there is a money generated, there is a tax on that money, right? So one of the suggestions by Niti Aayog itself is that, okay, this is going to create a lot of revenue and a lot of jobs. Why do you want to stop it? Have a regulatory framework, right? So that's the suggestion by Niti Aayog. If you can visit the Niti Aayog website, that you'll find their report, the recent report, last year report, and they are making a lot of interesting arguments. So the taxing is actually generating money. It may not, it's in a way you're legalizing that, right? So if instead of taxing it, if you ban it, what will happen is all these players will get into darknet. Your government is not going to get money. The social problems will remain because you have no way of monitoring it.
Any other questions?
Maybe I can come in since there are no immediate questions. Professor, two questions. One, a bit methodological about your statistical work. And the second one is a bit more broader, maybe a little bit of an economics question. Please bear with me.
Yeah.
So the statistical question is, I'm just thinking, what is our population here? Is it the Indian population? And in that case, are these samples really representative of the population, given that access to these games are restricted? And even there might be self-selection. Some people would choose it because they are risk lovers, or maybe they think that they're skilled. So is there some way these can have an impact on the result?
Yeah, it's a good question. So what we are measuring is the relative skill. So among those who are playing, there is a relative skill. So the score is only relative skill. It's not an absolute score that we are looking at. We are only measuring the relative skill, right? So for example, between different contests, let us say there is one highly skilled player, he may decide. So one argument somebody was making is that you have to, choose your battle, right? You choose a battle that you're going to win. It's the best is you don't choose go into a battle that you're going to lose. So there was another interesting argument that the skilled players also know which game. So for example, as part of the research, I was talking to my students. Some of them are playing this, right? Fantasy sports, right? They are cricket lovers, they're playing. And then a couple of them said that they don't play men's game. They play women's cricket. Now, I asked why, because everybody knows about who is a good player and who is not so good player and all that, because it's heavily followed. Whereas when you go on, so let us say there is a match between, there is a World Cup going on, cricket Women's World Cup going on. So if there is a match between India and New Zealand, I have a better chance of winning there than, going and putting my money in India versus New Zealand men's match, right? So what we are measuring is a relative skill.
My second question is, I'll try to, be the devil's advocate here and turn the question around. It seems to me that the concerns that you brought up are the concerns of the consumers of this product, people who play it. But it's also a services sector. We are thinking of business. It might provide a lot of, employment, many things. We might export it. So from the producer's point of view, what could be possible regulations to make sure that this is a sector that grows very fast or provides other, that may in fact, be enough to overlook certain negatives if it provides a lot of employment.
Yeah, it's again good point. As I mentioned about Niti Aayog report, there is a discussion in that report which says that this can actually put India in the world map of technology providers, right? Because this requires a lot of different type of technology, because if you look at even in education today, we talk about gamification. So if you want the students to listen to you, make your lectures more like a game, right? So that you involve the students more in your class, right? So there are a lot of opportunity to occupy a very, very important and futuristic technology space if we encourage that. And we need to create an ecosystem for that, right? So that's where this separate board is required, which looks at online sports. I mean, see, tomorrow, already it is medal sports in Asian Games, right? In September, there is going to be an Asian game. And soon it will be Olympic game. So if it is part of the Olympic game, how can we ban those games in India? Right? So how do you justify when there is an Olympic game on PUBG, you say that, I mean, because I'm taking PUBG because there was a question earlier that it's an addiction and so on, right? Now, the problem of addiction is that people get addicted with drugs, people get addicted with alcohol. Then why are you selling alcohol? Many states, alcohol is sold, right? So that addiction problem has to be dealt. I mean, it's an important problem. It is not something which can ignore. It's a social, it can create a social problem, but it has to be dealt, right? And we have to find a way of dealing with it, right? But banning it will create a much bigger problem. Okay. So coming back to your question, yes, we need an ecosystem which encourages to grow these technologies so that India can occupy a very, very, you can say, leadership position in this. Because India, if you look at the maybe because of the population, right? It's the most happening place. And I say that 650 startups, right, in just last 2-3 years. Okay, and 2 unicorns. And this may soon become in 2 years 1,000 plus. Right? And that means that we need a regulatory framework, we need a separate board to monitor, because we don't want this to go out of hand. And at the same time, take the good which can come out of this entire new, I can say, new business, right?
Professor Carr, do we have time for 2 questions which are there in the chat box?
Yeah, can you please?
I will. So one question that is asked is, how does one protect the confidentiality of the KYC documents and financial transactions with regard to the big data world? Are there other regulatory options available?
Okay. See, whenever somebody collects, this is a larger question. It's not just, the question related to online fantasy sports. Many times banks ask, right, when you're taking insurance, I mean, if you're buying mutual fund, they ask KYC and so on, right? It's if somebody asks, that must be regulated by some government body, right? And the government body, when they give license to collect this information, they have to check for data governance, whether there is a data governance put in place, right? We are still talking about it. And many countries, for example, GDPR regulation, General Data Protection Regulation in Europe, right? It mandates, if you are doing any business, what data you can collect, who can access the data, where it can be stored, how it can be transferred, right? This is true for any business in India, not necessarily for this. So answer to that question is that we need to put a strong data governance system in place, right? And soon we will have our own regulation, which states that, okay, these are the data governance regulation. If you're doing business in India, you have to follow these rules, right? So that's how you deal with any leakage of sensitive information.
And can we take one last question, Professor Kumar? The
Yeah.
last question is that in the observational data that you have used in this study with some relative sample, how did you ensure the assumption underlying the test of hypothesis as the sample is not random?
No. So basically, we check for consistency by taking multiple samples, right? So you do a consistency test, many forms of consistency test, right? And in machine learning world, we use something called like k-fold cross validation, right? So we did a consistency test, and the sample itself is random, right? You do multiple random sample and test for consistency of that hypothesis in many of these things, okay? So it's a standard process which is done to check for the consistency. So in any of this, one thing you do is consistency and robustness, which was done in these cases. Okay.
Professor Dinesh Kumar, therefore, I just have one request before, are we closing? Are there any more questions? Anyone?
Sorry?
Any more questions? If there are no questions, Professor Kumar, you will have to just make me the host again before we.
Okay.
Professor
Okay. I'll do.
concludes the.
So Swati, are we now going to end this session?
Yes.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you again, and especially Professor Dinesh Kumar. It is a very exciting new area, and though it sounds like it's fun and games, it has actual ramifications in terms of the economy. And we are really, it was a great learning experience for all of us. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope it was useful. And if you have any further questions, please drop in an email. I have shared my email address. So you are free to contact me. Okay. Thank you and all the best for rest of the session. I'll have to leave because I have another meeting, right? Thank you. Bye. Good luck.
Bye, and thank you, Professor Kumar and Professor Kar. Now we will take a break and we will rejoin at 12 noon for our session 1. Professor Kar, if you have the time, you can actually join us for session 1 and 2 as well.
I'm sorry, I have a meeting again.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you so much. So we rejoin at the same link at 12 noon for session 1. welcome Bhanu for session 1. We'll start at 12.
Sure. Thank you.
Welcome Nirja. We'll start at 12.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks.
Dr. Lakdawala, we have about 3 minutes. All our speakers have joined. And I have also made them co-hosts so they can be able to present their own screens. We'll wait till 12 when we start it with the
Sure, sure. Okay. So, Professor Swati, should we start?
Yes, we can. So I will just do, since all our paper presenters are here, we'll start. Welcome to session 1 of this conference on big data and data analytics for public policy. We are indeed lucky to have Professor Sunil Lakdawala to chair this session. Professor Lakdawala is associated with the SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, but he's also associated with the department as he was involved in the teaching of a data science course, which the department of the Mumbai School of Economics ran in association with a collaborative partner. His association goes way beyond this on the professional front. His father, Professor D.T. Lakdawala, was one of our early directors and the founding fathers of the Mumbai School of Economics, then which was called as the Bombay School of Economics. Professor Lakdawala, over to you, and we'll start the session.
Thank you, Professor Swati, for the good and big introduction. Okay. Data analytics, as we all know, has become a buzzword. Big data has become even bigger buzzword. But let me assure you that this is no longer a buzzword. It has already started proving the usefulness at a ground level. We have 4 excellent papers in this particular area, 4 excellent presentation. Okay, so we will start with that. But just a little bit additional about myself, that I was Mumbai University alumni. I have done my bachelor degree from St. Xavier's, and then I did my master's from IIT Mumbai. I've done my PhD from Yale University. I had worked for 2 decades in IT consulting company, and then next 2 decades as a trainer and consultant in the area of data analysis. We also have a company working in healthcare industry, remote patient monitoring, and even there, we have started using data analysis and the big data analytic technique like neural network, text mining, etc. I must confess though that I have a genetic, in my genes, I might have some economics, but my knowledge about economics is at best of a layman's knowledge per se. Okay. So with that on lighter side, let me introduce the speaker. Our first presentation is by Nalin Priyaranjan and Bhanu Pratap Singh. And the topic is macroeconomic effect of uncertainty, a big data analysis for India. Now, before I proceed, just a couple of things that we will take all the questions later on. Okay. I would request the people who are presenting to do it in 15 to 20 minutes. So we have a sufficient time for the question answer session, which we'll do it at the end. I would request the audience to write their question in the chat box so that you don't forget, and then we can moderate and then go through that. Okay. So with that, and of course, everybody is keeping their things on mute, so I don't have to remind you that. So with that, okay, let me first introduce Mr. Nalin Priyaranjan. He is currently manager at RBI, a manager in research. He had studied at IIT Delhi, and he had also studied in Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. His interests are deep learning, machine learning, Python. Okay. Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh is also a manager at RBI. It's from economics. He has done his master's from Madras School of Economics. He was also involved with the prestigious Yale University, and he has worked in Fidelity Investment, D-Show Software, HSBC, and so on. His interests include monetary policy, time series forecasting, machine learning, and big data analytics in banking. So over to you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh and Nalin Priyaranjan.
Thank you, Dr. Lakrawala, for that very kind introduction. I hope I'm audible. I'm sharing my screen now, and I'll start with my presentation. I hope my screen is visible. And,
yes, it is.
So a very warm good afternoon to everyone present here. Thank you so much, Dr. Raju, for inviting me to present at this conference, and welcome. I welcome everyone for this conference. So this is a joint work with Nalin Priyaranjan, a good friend and colleague at the RBI. A previous version of this paper was published on the RBI website as an RBI working paper. And so before I begin, just would like to state that, all the standard disclaimers apply, and, the views expressed in this paper are our own and not to the institution that we belong to. So with this, let me quickly jump into the presentation. So I'll be given that time is of essence, I'll be touching upon some of the main points of our project. So the first question is, why is uncertainty important? Why is it important to study uncertainty? So you'll be surprised to know that since Knight 1921 and the work of Keynes, we've had an understanding of how uncertainty impacts the decisions of economic agents. And so there is a fair bit of very advanced literature, especially on the microeconomic front, where we have studied how uncertainty impacts the decision of households as well as firms in, when it comes to their decisions related to consumption or to, investments and hiring related decisions. So in the Indian context, we felt that, there is a dearth of studies related to studying the impact of economic uncertainty, both at the micro as well as at the macro level. And, when it comes to the Indian context, there's only one aggregate uncertainty measure which is available, which was made available by Baker et al. In 2016. So, and moreover, big data or uncertainty related indicators are not used for policy making purposes or for forecasting and simulation purposes. So, to address these issues, we started with this project. So the contribution of this paper is that we propose alternative indicators for measuring economic uncertainty in the Indian context. We use newspaper articles and internet search intensity to measure economic uncertainty. These measures are available in real time at a very high frequency. They correspond well to macroeconomic events and global events, which underlies heightened economic uncertainty in the Indian context. They also correlate well with financial market and macroeconomic indicators. We also, as a validation of our generated measures, we undertake 2 pieces of empirical analysis. In the first piece, we show that through a structural analysis, we show that unanticipated increases in uncertainty have a non-trivial impact on economic activity in India. In the second piece, we undertake GDP forecasting and show that addition of uncertainty indicators to GDP forecasting models help us in increasing the forecasting accuracy of these models. So that's the highlight of the paper. As I said earlier, there is a fair bit of literature, especially in the advanced countries, which looks at different theoretical channels of how uncertainty impacts individual decisions. There is, after the 2008 crisis, there's also a fair bit of macroeconomic literature which looks into the aggregate impact of uncertainty. Now, of late, there has also been some bit of literature which has come up for India, where papers like Anand and Tulin, Ghosh et al. And Kumar et al. And also, if you want to count our work, has looked at different aspects of uncertainty. So, we understand that studying uncertainty is important, but equally important is the question of how do we measure uncertainty. So different researchers have come up with different approaches to study uncertainty. So the conventional measure is basically looking at financial market volatility as a proxy for uncertainty. Then there are also the approaches by Baker et al., where they look at keyword occurrences in newspapers and take that as a signal for economic uncertainty. Then of late, internet search volumes have also been used by researchers such as Bontempi et al. And Castelnuovo and Tran to measure uncertainty. So we use a mix of these approaches and suggest alternative uncertainty measures for India. So in terms of a schematic, this is the process that we largely follow. We first web scrape newspaper archives. So the first index that we compute is using looking at a combination of different keywords signaling uncertainty. That's how we get the economic policy uncertainty index. The second index looks at different polar words. By polar, I mean words which have a negative or a positive connotation to it. So we create a sentiment score based on all the newspaper articles that we look at and create a net economic sentiments index. The third index, we look at the Google Trends API and make use of dynamic iterated querying algorithm to extract keyword-based search volume indices from Google Trends API. And using this, we calculate an internet-based uncertainty index. Then, in terms of facilitating our empirical analysis, we bunch these indicators using a principal components approach. We bunch these indicators into one single uncertainty index and use that for our empirical analysis further. So the first type of index looks at different newspapers, and we web scrape these newspaper articles on a daily basis. Here the assumption is that presence of certain keywords in news articles signals economic uncertainty. And so, commentaries on state of the economy, macroeconomic events, and so on, these things find place in newspaper articles almost on a daily basis. So we look at 3 different keyword sets. The first keyword is the set is related to economy related keywords, then policy related keywords, and then uncertainty related keywords. Now, any newspaper article, if it contains at least one word from each of these sets, is classified as an uncertainty related article. Then there's a process of computing one single index out of that. I'll not spend much time on this, but this is how the index looks like. And I would just like to state that we're in this index, we're largely following the Baker et al. Methodology. So our index is highly correlated to their index. But then the value addition here is that we make this index on a daily basis, while the Baker et al. Index for India is at a monthly frequency. So here you can see that, around the times of the financial crisis in 2008, also the time period between 2010, 2011 to 2013, uncertainty was very high. And then, different events like demonetization or taper tantrum, these are also captured by our index. The next index looks at it looks at the net sentiments or the tone of these newspaper articles and whether it portrays a positive sentiment or a negative sentiment about the state of the economy. So there are different papers which have used this approach in the context of US and the UK economy. We use a dictionary called Loran and McDonald Dictionary, which is developed for applications in economic and finance. And so we look at positive and negative words occurring in this dictionary and match them with our newspaper articles. So this is how the scoring is done. For each newspaper article D containing W words and a set of positive, negative, polar words which are coming from the Loran McDonald Dictionary, we calculate a net sentiment score on an for a particular article as follows. I'll move on. So then this article-wise sentiment score is basically nothing but the summation of all the positive words. Positive words are marked, given a score of +1, and negative words, which are given a score of -1 each. And we scale this score by the total number of words occurring in that article. That's the formula for NSS that you see on the screen. Then we aggregate this sentiment score for all articles across time and normalize it by the total number of articles published during the month. So that's how we calculate the monthly sentiment index. But we can also use this at a daily frequency. We do some sort of filtering and deseasonalization to make sure that all the deterministic part of the index has been taken out. All the noise has been filtered out. So this is how the sentiment index looks like. And as you can see, again, during the times of 2010 to 2013, where we saw inflation in double digits, fiscal deficit running very high, consequent on that, economic sentiments were also very low. And then even during, as there has been a lot of commentary going on how, there was a slowdown, there was a growth slowdown in the Indian economy even before COVID hit. And so, you can see that, sentiments started turning negative in 2018 onwards. So that's also some sort of indication for that. The last index is created using the internet search intensity data from Google Trends. So here the underlying assumption is that, when an uncertainty increases or when there is a shock or an event that takes place, which creates uncertainty in the minds of economic agents, they want to find more information about that. And the first thing that they do is go to Google and search for that particular event or entity. So this data is available for free on the internet, and I'll not dive into the details of that. We use different keywords to calculate our Google Uncertainty Index. We look at keywords related to trade, monetary policy, fiscal policy, and so on. And we aggregate this index using this algorithm, which was proposed by Castelnuovo and Tran. We add on to this by including some filtering and deseasonalization techniques just to filter out all the noise from the data. So this is how the Google Uncertainty Index looks like. And this also largely follows the trend of identifying shock events in the Indian economy, and also turning in phase with the macroeconomic conditions of the Indian economy. So once we have these three index, we use a standard PCA approach to combine these three index into one single index. which is what is presented on this on our screen at the moment. And as you can see, we've identified different events where uncertainty was high, and these events seemingly had an impact on the Indian economy. So we'll dive into that in the next section. So as a first set of empirical validation for a uncertainty measure, we look at the correlations between this measure and different financial market indicators, as well as macroeconomic indicators. And as you can see, these are along expected lines. So that gives us the first form of validation. For the second form of validation, we conduct a small structural analysis using the local projections method proposed by Jorda, and we make use of impulse response functions, just like we do in a vector autoregression setting, to understand the impact of uncertainty shocks on the Indian economy. So we look at different variables like real GDP, inflation, investments, consumption, and trade-related indicators for a sample period of 2004 to 2018, and do this using the generalized impulse response function, as I mentioned earlier. So the first set of results looks at the impact of uncertainty shocks on real GDP growth and inflation in the Indian context. What we find is that when uncertainty shocks hit, it leads to a fall in real GDP growth as well as an increase in inflation. Now, by the looks of it, this looks like a negative supply shock, and it certainly worsens the growth inflation trade-off for monetary policy makers. So this is the first set of results. This finding has also been corroborated by a recent paper by Abhishek Kumar at the IGIDR and his co-authors. And so, the uncertainty shocks lead to an inflationary, inflationary shock, inflationary momentum in the Indian economy. The next set of results look at how private investments activity and personal consumption holds up against uncertainty shocks. So on your left, you have the impulse responses coming out from with respect to a one standard deviation uncertainty shock in case of gross fixed capital formation, which we take as a proxy for private investment activity. And on the right, you see impulse responses on private consumption. So as you can see, both private investment activity, the graph on your left, and private consumption, the graph on your right, fall as a result of uncertainty shocks. Now, fall in investments leads to less productive capacity, and probably that's the reason for a dominant supply side impact of uncertainty in the Indian context, which you saw here on the first set of results. Now, this is in very contrast to what is the empirical evidence in the US, in the context of US and other advanced economies. Their uncertainty shocks have leads to a fall in aggregate demand. There, both GDP as well as inflation fall. Whereas in comparison, in the case of India, GDP falls, but inflation increases. So that's the heterogeneity between different types of countries. We also see that in terms of exports and imports, there's not much of an impact from uncertainty. Maybe this is due to the fact that trade and exports are driven more by global uncertainty vis-a-vis domestic uncertainty. So this, this is the second form of validation that we do. The last part of validation involves a small GDP forecasting exercise where we look at different GDP, different models of GDP forecasting. We look at a simple AR and a VAR model for GDP forecasting and compare and add, our uncertainty index to these models and see whether it increases uncertainty, whether it increases forecasting accuracy of our model across different horizons. So as you can see in the first, in this table, we give out root mean squared errors generated using an out of sample rolling forecast approach across different horizon from 1 quarter ahead to 8 quarters ahead forecast horizon. And what we find is that, once you add uncertainty indicators to let's say a VAR model or an autoregressive model estimated using a ridge regression approach or a lasso regression approach, there are improvements in forecast accuracy. So this suggests that when it comes to forecasting GDP or components of GDP, especially investment, uncertainty indicators can help us improving forecast accuracy of these macroeconomic fundamental indicators. So with this, I come to an end of my presentation. So with this, I just want to state that in terms of our ongoing work, we've already added 2 more newspapers to our set of data that we are working with. We've also improved on the keyword set for both the news-based index as well as the Google Trends index, where of late different types of especially like if you talk about trade-related issues where there were trade wars going on between US and China, or there were issues related to using unconventional monetary policies in the Indian context. We have taken account of all these things and included them in our keyword set, and that's how we've updated our index till December 2021. We're also working on coming up with topic-specific uncertainty indicators where we want to look at how different set of policies generate uncertainty around them and how they can have a differential impact on the Indian economy or components of aggregate demand or aggregate supply. So with this, I conclude my presentation, and we would like to state that this project was started with the aim of facilitating research on uncertainty in the Indian context. There's already some stream of papers, including my own, which are looking at various aspects of how uncertainty impacts economic policy, the effects of inflation and GDP in a heterogeneous context, as well as looking at monetary policy transmission and how it behaves differently under regimes of high uncertainty or low uncertainty, and so on. And so there are a lot of questions that can be studied using this the data set that we've generated. So with this, I come to an end, and I'll be happy to hear from all of you, your comments, suggestions. Please feel free to write to us to share your comments and suggestions, or if you have any questions, please feel free to email us. The paper is available online on my SSRN website. And thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Bhanu Pratap, for the excellent presentation. We'll be taking questions little later on. So the next session is by Ms. Nirja Vaidya from Auris Analytics. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Okay. The topic is text analytic method in big data analytics. She is a data scientist. Okay. She has studied from our University of Mumbai Economics Department, and after that from IIM Bangalore. Okay. Her skill set and interests involved graphic analysis for big data, Hadoop, unstructured data, and deep learning. Over to Nirja, madam.
Thank you so much. I'll be sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my topic today is text analytics methods in big data. The importance of data today in almost all organizations, I think it requires no mention or no explanation. We all know, the very famous phrase that data is the new oil. And while today all organizations in the industry, irrespective of their domain, their size, have been using data, the challenges that come with using big data have changed. Earlier, the challenges were more around storage and the processing power that is required to use and gain value of the data. But now with companies like Google, Microsoft, all of them have made good stride, good progress in cloud computing, cloud storage. So now the challenges have shifted a bit. There are new challenges that we see today in the world of big data and data science. And one of the main challenges is a large shift, a huge shift in the composition of data. So right now, more than 90% of the data that the organizations have is unstructured data. So by unstructured, we mean the data which is in the form of text, images, audio files, videos, and while structured data is something you can easily store in a database, with little effort, you can run transformations, use the data in machine learning models. Unstructured data, on the other hand, is the most important challenge is to extract valuable information from this data. And the rate at which data churns today, like every second, every millisecond, you have new data coming in through various sources. And most of this data is very heterogeneous in nature. You take a simple example of the apps which are there in your phone, and a single app has so many images, videos, text, comments, and to be able to deal with this heterogeneity is the problem or the challenge that the industry is facing today. So this paper mainly focuses on text data, and in the like most of the industry today has a lot of text data in the form of so you say you have a bank or a company which sells a certain product. So you have customer complaints, you have a service request, you have queries coming from them, you have reviews that the customers put up on the various sites, social media comments. All of this is in the form of text. So text analytics, natural language processing has become a kind of a very hot topic right now in the industry, and that is where my paper here focuses on. Yeah. So when we look at natural language processing, it has several applications. Even in the previous paper, we saw that key phrase or information extraction, how critical it is, for different industries. Text categorization. Say you have lakhs of emails coming in from customers. If you have a mechanism which can automatically categorize it into 7-8 classes, it becomes the turnaround time to this emails, it reduces to a great deal. Text summarization, again, documents, huge papers, reducing the size, again, reducing the time that it takes to extract value from such text documents. Sentiment analysis. Again, I think one of the most important applications of natural language processing. Whatever is written by the customers, with what intention is it written? So intent and sentiment basically. So is it a complaint? Are they raising a query? Are they making a request? What is their outlook towards your product? Is it positive? Is it negative? All this comes under sentiment and intent analysis. So my paper basically so it gives us very short kind of a demonstration of a key phrase extraction, and then we look at the different machine learning techniques that are used in which are right now the most used techniques in the industry for sentiment analysis, and it does a comparative study of those techniques. So these techniques basically you can classify them into supervised, semi-supervised, and unsupervised. So at one end you have the supervised techniques where you have the data and you have the labels, and the machine learning algorithm learns based on this data. Whereas unsupervised is somewhere where you don't have the labels and you just have the data that you have to analyze and extract value from. So we'll be seeing both of them are quite useful in the world of text analytics, and we'll be looking at some of the examples. So let me start with the easier one, which is the key phrase extraction. So when a machine looks at a text, in order to understand the text, it needs to understand the text in a very semantic way. So there is a very popular technique called as POS tagging, which is parts of speech tagging. So this is a sentence which had come in the news in the past couple of years, which is Shimla witnessed coldest December in 20 years. So as a human, you understand what the sentence is. For a machine to understand it, one of the most important technique here is the POS tagging, where we tag each word to a part of speech. So Simla, which is a proper noun, witnessed, which is a verb, coldest is adjective. And this is just English language. You have such text which is generated in so many different languages and so many different ways in which a machine can semantically understand this sentence. And based on the part of speech which is attached to the word, there are several different features that are attributed to that particular word. So for example, Simla is a noun. So the feature that is attached to it is it a singular or a plural, the number. If it is a verb, then the feature which is attached to it is tense. If it is an adjective, feature which attached to it is a degree, it's a superlative or positive adjective, right? So POS tagging, so what I have done here is I have taken the news for the past 10 years and done this POS tagging on top of the news articles. And then using these tags and the attached features, have defined certain ways in which the phrases, phrase construction or the phrase composition can be defined. And using these compositions, I have identified certain key phrases or certain topics that are talked about in the last couple of years, right? So here in this presentation, I have given a result of what I got for the year 2019 and 2020, because we know what the world went through in that period, and what right, just looking at the key phrases, you realize what change has occurred in the world in the last 2 years. So if you see 2019, the key phrases that were talked about, people were talking about sports, people were talking about politics, people were talking about entertainment, people were talking about the social media and the social scene. And cut to 2020, most of the keywords are around a single topic. All of us know what that is, right? So COVID cases, coronavirus scare, hospitals, the number of cases. So, just a simple key phrase extraction can tell us so much about, what the world and the newspapers have been talking about in the last couple of years. So this was about the key phrase extraction. Now, once we know what people are talking about, obviously the next question is, are they talking about it in a positive sense, or are they talking about it in a negative sense? A more complicated technique, which is sentiment analysis. So, okay, so just to talk about the methodology and the data used, let me give a background of the kind of data that was used for sentiment analysis. So I used a public data which is available, which is IMDb data set, which is basically movie reviews, around 50,000. So it is a label data set where you have the label of positive or negative, saying whether the review is a positive or a negative review. Where half of it was used for training the model and half of it was used for testing it. And if you see the distribution, around most of the data of these reviews are around 100 to 200 words per review. So if you put in human effort of going through it to understand what the customers are talking about, how they feel about each of these different movies, it would require a large amount of effort. So what I have done here is I have used the state-of-art techniques for sentiment analysis. So 3 types of neural networks: the recurring neural networks, RNN, a special type of RNN, which is LSTM, long short-term memory networks, and bidirectional long short-term memory networks. So I won't get into the specifications of each of the models in the interest of time. But just to give why I chose recurrent neural networks, there are so many supervised techniques which are used in the industry today for sentiment analysis. But the reason for using these recurrent neural networks is because they're specialized in sequence data. So when I say sequence data, so if you look at text, if you look at a sentence, it composes of words that come in a specific sequence, right? And if you take a word out of the sequence, out of the sentence, it loses its context. So for example, if I just use the word movie, you know what it means, but you don't know in what context I'm saying it. Am I saying something positive? Am I saying something negative? What am I saying about the movie? But if I look at it in a sequence of words, the word that comes before it, which is love, which gives a certain context to this word. Similarly, I do not love the movie, right? So the word not has given a separate context to love, and the context has suddenly changed from positive to negative. So basically what recurrent neural networks and why I chose them is because it carries forward the information which is there in the previous words in order to analyze the word that comes after it. Right? So under neural networks, I have looked at the performance of 3 of them: RNN, LSTM, and bidirectional LSTM. And my hypothesis in this paper was bidirectional LSTM would work best for sentiment analysis. The reason being, when you analyze a sentence, when you look at a word, it is not only the words that come before it that add a context, but even the words that come after it that are important in analyzing the particular word. So the hypothesis was that bidirectional LSTM would do the best on the test data. So just a little bit of information on the kind of model infrastructures that were used for all 3. For RNN, there was an embedding layer, which basically converts these inputs into a series of numerical values that can be fed to the model. Then 3 layers of simple RNN and a dense fully connected layer. For LSTM, there was an embedding layer, 3 layers of LSTM, and the last a dense fully connected layer. And bidirectional LSTM, which has an embedding, 2 LSTM layers and 1 bidirectional LSTM layer. So it not only analyzes the sentence going from the first to the last word, but also from the last to the first word, adding more context to each word that is analyzed for sentiment. Okay. So when we look at the final results, okay, so here I have put it in the form of a gain chart and AUC. Clearly, as the hypothesis was bidirectional, all of them actually did quite well, having a AUC above 0.9 for text is considered quite good in the industry. And look, all of them are quite close, but as it was, as my hypothesis was, bidirectional LSTM did the best of all 3. And just to give a context of why RNN and why supervised techniques are the way to go forward if you have labeled data, is I have also compared it with an unsupervised technique, which use a dictionary-based approach. And clearly, neural networks and RNN gives a huge advantage over using the traditional unsupervised techniques. So this actually summarizes my work and my paper. And I think the further research that comes in this area is right now this data was trained completely, this model was trained completely on the data that was available. But right now, many companies, many organizations are looking at transfer learning, where you have limited data, but companies like Google, they have immeasurable number, quantity of data, and they have pre-trained models which can information from that can be transferred to your model to give better results. So I think transfer learning is the way forward to go in this area of analytics. Thank you. Thank you.
Nirja, for the excellent presentation. Before we move, may I request all of you to keep your thing on mute? I think sometimes some sound is coming. I hope it's not from my house. Okay, so that apart. Okay, our next presentation, the topic name seems to be very fascinating. Let me read out. Okay. But clouds got in my way. Bias and bias correction of VIIRS nighttime lights data in the presence of clouds. I'm really looking forward to know what is inside that. It will be presented by Ayush Patnaik, sorry. He's from ex-KDR Forum. He's a researcher there. Education-wise, okay, he has done from Australian National University, okay, physics as well as economics as a minor, okay? And his interest involved nighttime lights and other satellite data set for economic analysis. He has also developed statistical package in certain language. So over to Ayush.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Ayush, yeah.
Just a moment. So I think, so the paper is a very specific thing in a very specific field. So I think it's better if I do it in a different way. So if I do an introduction to nighttime lights, because I think most people will not be familiar with this data set. And then towards the end, I'll quickly summarize my paper. Right, so does that work?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me share my screen. So I'll first tell you about the paper and then I'll come back to the introduction. So this is a paper with 3 other co-authors, and we have worked on it last year. So now I'll come to the introduction. So basically, nighttime lights is a satellite data set that allows us to measure economic activity at a high frequency and granularity. So it's not really right to say that it allows us to measure economic activity because it's a proxy. So I'll just quickly come to what proxies are, and then I'll come back to this. So basically, when we have a variable of interest that is too hard to define and consequently too hard to measure, then we use proxies. For example, per capita GDP as a proxy for standard of living, right? Like you can't define standard of living. So you use per capita income and it more or less works, right? Like countries with higher per capita income are considered to be places where life is better, right? Or similarly, resting heart rate as a proxy for well-being. So if your resting heart rate is low, then it's considered that you are healthier, right? And IQ test scores for intelligence, right? But these are not perfect, as you can understand, right? So the per capita GDP of Saudi Arabia is about 10 times of India, but would you, or even more. So, but would you prefer to live there? Or you might have a heart condition, so your resting heart rate could be low. And we have heard a lot of criticism about IQ test scores also, that it doesn't tell us too much about intelligence when it comes to emotions and other things. So similarly, nighttime lights is also something like that. But when you don't have choices, then you have to use some proxies, right? Like otherwise, if you want to study the impact of air pollution on intelligence, then you have to use some measure, and that's where people have used IQ tests. Or if you're an insurance company, if you want to charge premium based on a person's health, then you need to use something. So you resort to resting heart rate. So similarly, in cases where we can't measure economic activity at a higher frequency and granularity, then we have to resort to other alternative data sets. So these can be satellite data sets like nighttime lights, and I'll come to it. But then there are household surveys and there's Google mobility. So how many cars are moving, and that may give you an indication of how well the economy is doing, right? So, for example, Tarun Jain of IIM Ahmedabad wrote a paper that used all these three data sets. So nighttime lights basically looks at Earth, is a data set from a satellite that looks at Earth at night. And the idea is that prosperous places are brighter than poorer ones. And as a place gets prosperous, it also gets brighter. So you get a panel data set, which is high frequency and high granularity. So you can compare like areas which are very close to each other, unlike states or countries. And you can do it over a long period of time, and you have a lot of data points, right? So that's the basic idea of night light. So I'll give you some examples to convince you that this is the case, that prosperous places are brighter than less prosperous ones. And as a place gets prosperous, it gets brighter. So firstly, there are two data sets. So one is from 1992 to 2013. This is an old data set, and basically the resolution is a bit lower and the frequency is annual. And then there's a new data set which is monthly and which is at a higher frequency. And it's also more accurate because the sensors have gotten a bit better since then. And both are freely available and publicly provided by NOAA. Okay, so now I'll come to some examples to show that night lights work. So this is North and South Korea in 2012. So we all know that, I mean, we think that South Korea is more prosperous than North. And even within South Korea, we see that Seoul, which is the biggest city, is the brightest. And even within North Korea, we see that Pyongyang, which is the largest and probably the only city, is also the brightest. Then I come to an image of India. So two images of India. So one in April 2012 and second in December 2019. And you see that India has gotten a lot brighter. Now, so just after I made this presentation, I was working on something else. So I'll just show you that also. So I have images from 1992 and 2020. So the difference is much larger and it's like much nicer to see those. So let me just show you those images. So this is, sorry. So this is India in 1992. So this is light per area for each district.
Are you sure presentation has disappeared?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, can you see now?
Yeah, it's back. Yes.
Yeah, so this is light per area of India for each district in 1992. And you see that very few places are bright. Like you can see Bombay on the edge, you can see Delhi, and then I think this is Hyderabad, Chennai. So very little light is there. And then this is in 2020. And you see that India has gotten a lot brighter, and you would expect that because India has also gotten a lot more prosperous in this region, in this period of time. And the areas that you would think have gotten prosperous are also brighter, like Gurgaon and Bangalore have grown rapidly in this period. So you kind of see that. And in the numbers, these are very clear. So these were just a few examples to convince you that night lights does indeed work. But there are many papers that use night lights, and many papers, even in the American Economic Review, have been there showing that there is a strong correlation between economic activity and nighttime lights. So both on a short period of time, long period of time, cross section, everything. So since 2012, there have been 150 papers that use nighttime lights. So 2012 is when the AER paper had come out. Okay. So, but so if the data is freely available and it's so useful, then what are the challenges, right? The challenge is the size of the data set. So you basically have millions of pixels, and then if you just want to use a few years of data, then it's so much, the amount of RAM that you need is so much that it's difficult to do on a simple laptop, right? So even if you get a server, even then it's very difficult to use this data set. Then you need a lot of intricate processing for removing background noise, outliers, and other things for data cleaning. So this requires, firstly, a lot of domain knowledge, and second, a lot of computing power. So basically, you need to be a computer scientist and a physicist to do economics research, right? And only big organizations like the World Bank are able to hire programmers and experts on remote sensing to help them. So now I'll come to my paper. So I'll just finish this. So World Bank has basically written a lot of papers, and they give out a clean data set by request. Okay, so I'll close this, and now I will come to my paper since I've given some introduction to night lights. So the first few slides are also introductory, but I'll just leave this. So there are 16.7 million pixels in India, and we use the data period from 2014 to 19. So there are 72 months, and so each pixel has two values. So first is the radiance, so how much light is there, and also how cloudy it is, right? So it gives two values. And then we also use the CMI CPHS household survey as the ground truth. So basically we discover a problem in the night lights data set, and we basically propose a solution. So it's a methods paper on cleaning the data set, right? So we have the monthly time series of night lights, we have the monthly time series of how cloudy the images are, and then we basically perform a correction scheme. So what other researchers do is that they also do some cleaning. So they remove background noise, they remove outliers. And there are some small improvements that they do, but even then there are problems with it. And then we are proposing those solutions. So if you look at one pixel in Bombay, in Bandra West, so you see that.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry. So if you look at one pixel in Bombay, so you see that, so I marked July in the dotted line. And you see that around July, there's always a dip. And that kind of gives you the idea that it might be because of clouds. And if you are a scientist in NOAA sitting in Colorado, then you may not have the ground knowledge that in India, there is the monsoon every year in July, right? So it might be due to clouds. And then we look at it over all the regions of India, and then we see that in July there's a big negative deviation across all the regions of India. So we have divided India into 96 regions, and then we see that across all these, you see that in July there's a big dip. Okay, so our hypothesis is that there is a signal attenuation in monsoon, and we can, and because of that, there's a dip every July. Okay, so to prove that it's not because of dipping of economic activity in July, because if it's rainy, it might be that everything stops and there's less economic activity. So we compare with the ground truth, and we see that the ground truth is more or less flat. So there's no dip in July in economic activity, while there's a big dip in nighttime lights. Again, we look at the same thing for all the regions of India. We see that in income there's no change, while in night lights there's a big change in July. Right. So then we propose a scheme, and this is the result for Bombay for our scheme. So if you use our data set, which is the blue line, then you see that the dips are much smaller. Okay, and this is for the entire region of Bombay, and this is, so we look at some other cities also just to show that our scheme works. So in Dubai, you would expect that these two are very similar because it's never cloudy, so which is the case. We look at Singapore, which is sometimes, which is kind of always cloudy. So that's why you see that the blue line is still a bit better. And then this is for all of India. Right, so here we compare the World Bank's data with our new data, and then we again see that it's a bit better than what the World Bank has done. Right, so I'll conclude this. So basically, we've made a scheme to solve or to partially solve the cloud issue in the WEEDS dataset. We have released a Julia package to study nighttime lights data. So Julia is a new programming language which is considered to be much faster than R and Python. And because we're studying such a large data set, we need an efficient computing framework, and that's why we've chosen this. So we have a package just to study nighttime lights, and here we have implemented all those methods. So you can reproduce the entire paper, all the results, everything with the package. So these are the 4 authors, and I conclude here.
Okay, thank you very much, Ayush. You have demystified the title. Questions, of course, we'll be taking it towards the end. Now we come to our last presentation by Gaurav Bedekar from Capgemini Invent. Okay. He is Vice President at Capgemini, and his skill sets include data strategies, data science and analytics in various application areas, banking, finance, utility, telecom, and so on per se. Earlier, he was working in TCS and JP Morgan. Education-wise, again, he's from University of Mumbai, and then he went to University of California at Berkeley, the Haas School of Business. Over to him now.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Sunil Lakrawala. This is Gaurav Bedekar, and thanks for the opportunity. And this is like I'm very lucky to be part of this. 2007 pass out from Mumbai University, and work with a lot of professors, and still in a good contact with them. As you mentioned, I'm actually sharing my screen. Just let me know if you can see it. Is it visible?
Not yet. Yes, it's coming now. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my topic of discussion today is data and AI for sustainability. As we all know, everybody is talking about sustainability. Sustainability is becoming a big buzzword, right? And every organization, every industry, every purpose-driven company is trying to see how the sustainability is a heart of everything that they do. So today I'm going to talk about what data and AI is playing a big role in sustainability, and without data and AI being a heart of sustainability, this purpose of sustainability cannot be complete. So if you look at today, the data AI sustainability is quite a deep topic, having a lot of importance, especially during the current times. Responsible existence and the sustainable growth are no longer a luxury, but it is a necessity, right? But before even getting into a deep dive of what data and AI bring to the table, I would like to see and align what is our understanding of sustainability here, right? Sustainability can be looked at through the multiple lenses. It depends on where you see and what kind of organization you are. But looking at it as a concept of policy and the governance makes a compelling case. Presents actually a positive outlook, because it talks about development that ensures all the needs are met today, and also which is very important for the future generations. It also talks about the spirit of responsibility in everything across people, across processes, and the technology. So that's a sustainability for us, right? And as I said, it's becoming a big buzzword, but now we will demystify it, how the data and AI can play a big role into that. Now, some of the statistics, right? So 85% of the organizations are concerned about their sustainability impact because they have a mandate. They are concerned because they have a mandate. There are regulations. Because of regulations, they are more concerned. But only 9% of the people and the organization know how to go about it, right? So basically, they have a mandate. They have money to spend, but they do not know how to go about it. So that's a reality today. Then 91% of the companies are failing to measure the full scope of their sustainability impacts. This is very important, right? Because everybody have to do it, and they don't know what is the full scale impact of that. So 91% of the companies are failing, which is actually a big chunk. It means that the entire framework, entire design, an entire methodology is missing. 61% of the companies do not have the necessarily arrangements or software, or you can say data ecosystem to a data collection or analysis. So this is another big one, because while we are talking about sustainability, while we are talking about AI applicability of that, but people do not know how to organize it, where to collect the data, how to organize the data, how to actually build the data which can be used for a future analytics and AI applications, right? 86% of the still record and report their sustainability impact manually. So this is another important fact, right? Right now in sustainability across industries, across different domains of sustainability, there are few regulations are already there. So regulations and the mandates, there is a difference. There are few requirements which is more like an audit requirement. So those are the audit requirements in India and globally. So because of that, there is a lot of manual reporting is happening. But when it comes to as a regulatory framework, you need to entirely refurbish yourself from the end-to-end regulatory driven landscape solution kind of a thing, right? So 80% of the people are still on the manual, and they have to go to the more like a more investment driven, and how they can actually tackle it in a more like a mechanical way. Then 30 to 40% of the estimated error in the quantitative impact measurement. So basically people are measuring it, they're trying to solve for it. There's a lot of software, there are a lot of companies, there are a lot of fintech, regtechs, and small startups are there in this space, but nobody knows what is the exact way to do it. And also the expectations from the regulators and other things are not very clear about this measurement error. So there is a lot of scope here to do a lot of try and mix and match, and that's actually status of this organizations. So that is on the train side of it. Now I'm moving to the challenges, right? So we are talking about how organizations looking into it. Now, what are the typical challenges they face as a part of this framework? So first one is, as we talked about regulatory ecosystem, they are not still clear about the coping of the evolving regulatory system, right? Every month, every year, there is a new regulation coming, right? Across different countries, including India. And these regulations are talking about different part of sustainability, different domains of areas of sustainability, and it is keep on evolving, right? And because of that, organizations are very confused. They do not know what is the right time to basically attack it, and what is the right time to look at it as an end-to-end solution kind of a thing, right? So that is the biggest challenge today when it comes to the organization. Second one is, there is a increasing in the pressure from the investors and the clients. If you look at today, all the investors and all the you can say all the companies, they are talking about how we can have a more sustainable offers, how we can have a sustainable products which can go to the customers, and also how the organization can be internally sustainable driven, and also how they can take a decisions based on the sustainability as a factor. So there is a lot of pressure from the investors. And if you look at the companies like BlackRock, they are not actually investing on the companies who are not sustainable. So there is a regularly a lot of pressure globally, and this is actually increasing a lot of tension, because they need to act, but they do not know what to do and how to go about it. The third one is internal operational challenges, right? When you are into the your strategic plan, when you are into your overall basically growth tangent, suddenly there is something which is talking about sustainability, which is talking about ESG, and which we do not know. So because of that, your growth, your story of getting the new products into the market, new solutions in the market has actually limit the entire your growth story. So that is another third one. And the fourth one is racing against the climate change. So we have been talking about climate change risk, climate change impact, but climate change has a lot of different types of impact when it comes to a different industry. So climate change risk management in banking is completely different when it comes to the climate change impact on the energy and utility sector. It is very different when it comes to the specialized engineering sector like intelligent industry, right? So these are the challenges most of the organizations are facing in terms of running their sustainability. And now we will talk about what are the drivers of the data-driven, data-powered sustainability transformation. So if you look at it, sustainability is a new digital, right? So in fact, what digital transformation like was 5 years ago is today sustainability, right? It means that sustainability is everywhere, right? Everybody is talking about how they can be a more sustainable, how the data and the compliance and the analytics and the AI can be a more sustainable, considering the sustainability in the mind. But what are the drivers now? So drivers are very clear. There's a purpose, right? The sustainability, the entire background is purpose driven. And if you look at the younger generation, it is more appealing to them because it's their like a top priority, the people like you. Then digital transformation. So digital transformation is like a going digital. The digital frontier in the form of data, AI, IoT, automation has opened up so many opportunities to go sustainable. Virtual presence, omission of physical travel, resulting into the emissions, use of sensors, IoT to measure and act with the accuracy, and so many avenues, right? So digital transformation is something with the sustainable transformation is something as a biggest driver for a data powered thing. Then risk awareness, right? We are talking about climate change risk. We are talking about different types of risk and how the sustainability risk can be part of everything they do. So example, decision making. One of the session we had about the decision making, how the banks and the other companies and the investment firms, they can think as a sustainable and a climate change while taking a certain investment decisions. So risk awareness is the biggest driver. The last one is regulation and the standard. As we talk about, as I already explained, right? There is a keep on evolving regulations. Every time we see the new things are coming in, a lot of times we do not know what is that mandate is for all about, how to translate that mandate and how to go about it, right? So there is a lot of scope for companies and organizations to understand how to strategize this so that it will become a more like a data and AI driven sustainability. So now this slide is more like a framework, right? So if you look at the digital transformation, it has own, you can say, journey. So sustainability journey is very fast because it is coming at the time where people know how to build a data lakes. People know how to move the data from data lakes to cloud. People know how to move the so-called analytics to the AI-driven data science kind of a thing, right? So sustainability has its own journey, which is actually much more quicker now. But if you look at from the strategy perspective, you cannot handle this as a use case kind of a base. You cannot just pick up the topic and build a model around it, pick up the topic and do the analytics around it, which is completely missing in your entire ecosystem. So this framework is talking about how organization can look at it as a journey to make more data and AI driven sustainability. So it starts with awareness. It starts with engaging the stakeholders, which is about understanding the drivers and understanding the levers, understanding the events that is happening around it. And that is actually raising the awareness and engage the stakeholders kind of a thing. Second one is defining the vision, ambition, and the priority projects, right? So you cannot go all about it. Though sustainability is everywhere, there is a mandate, but there is always a limit in which you can do it. So you need to prioritize your business constraints. You need to understand how we can conduct the maturity assessment. How can we understand where we are standing today when it comes to sustainability in terms of process, in terms of technology, in terms of data and everything. And also then define the vision, which actually, and the roadmap, which will take you to the more sustainable organization in next few years. So that's the define part of it. Then there's the design part of it. So in design, it is a very important how to design the data and the AI operating model, right? So how you look at your data ecosystem or data fabric of your entire organization as a more sustainable, how the AI and the data technology can be used, right? And to enhance your existing data solutions for the sustainable decision making. Then last one is the data foundations, which is very important, right? A lot of people are talking about, I have a data lake, but that is very, you can say very old way of thinking, right? Because when we talk about big data and big data lake, there is a lake for everything, right? Now people are talking about sustainability data lake, but people do not know how to build it. There's a lot of good buzzwords, there are a lot of fancy things. We have a lot of organizations, there are a lot of different players. They actually confuse the market. And there is a hyperscalers, there is a data ecosystem players, there's a technology players, there's a analytics players, there's a analytics companies, all are into this space. And it is very important for our organization and for us to design it. And what is important for them based on their existing you can call it as investments, right? Technology investments. The next one is experiment and develops, right? So this is very important. Once you have a data ecosystem ready, once you have your strategy designed and defined, you can think of experimenting some of the things on a specific use cases base. So example, any specific area which we can think of, right? Example, regulatory reporting. As I said, it's a lot of things are manual. Can we take it as a more like a RegTech kind of implementation, regulatory tech, right? Or maybe you have a risk model which is already available, whether to give a credit to a particular person or not, whether it's a regulatory model or non-regulatory models, how they can be clubbed with the climate change risk, how the stress testing parameters can be imposed and actually included as a more like a sustainability parameters as a part of it. So so if you have a right design, if you have a right strategy, you can always experiment on the unique use cases, which is very important for your organization. The last one is the transform at scale, right? Once you have everything ready, then you can think about how you can transform this as a end-to-end ecosystem, right? Which includes people, process, which includes your change, because there's a lot of organization cultural change. It includes how the data and analytics and other things are earlier used to happen, and now with the new avatar, how that will be likely coupled with. So it's more like a modernization and transformation at scale when it comes to the sustainability. So these are the 5 different, you can say, pillars. Without that, any organization can be failed in this journey. Now the last one, this is the kind of you can call it as a framework, but not in a detailed way, right? This is like a more like a high level kind of a framework. You have a commit, right, where there is a commitment, there is a purpose, there is a transformation path that every organization has, right? So because of that, there is a strategy. They are thinking about how we can go on a sustainability strategy way. What are the new business model? What are the new product lines they need to define? So that is a commit part of it, and which is very important. Then there is an act part of it, right? So when we say act, all how my products, sustainable products and services can go, what can be a customer experience, what can be an internal organization experience and everything. Then there is a sustainable operations, how my operations, how my offices and everything can be a more basically sustainable operations, right? Including manufacturing, supply chain and everything. Then there is the ESG. It's a big buzzword, like environmental, social and governance, right? So how my ESG and business integration are very important with the overall sustainability, basically sustainability agenda. Then last one is sustainability risk management, which we talked about. Risk management and climate change are the biggest concern in most of the organization. We have been doing risk management for years now because of a lot of different issues in 2008. There's a slowdowns. There is a different acts which has happened globally. Our stress testing capabilities has increased. Our risk management capabilities has increased. But now we have another problem at the door, which is the climate change. So how the climate change can be used for a better decision making and better stress testing is another act part of it. And then you have a monitor and a report, right? So in monitor and report is more about how we can create this defined platform, which can be scalable, which can be usable while doing the sustainability agenda. So example, your data collection, your building a data lake, your data management, your data governance, your data quality, everything powered to the sustainability is very important today. At the same time, how you can create a data for sustainability, what are the different sources you can pick up the data, because a lot of data are not available in sustainability side. You have to go to the different rating agencies. You have to gather a lot of different data. You also have hyperscalers who keep on increasing the data like Microsoft, Google of the cloud, right? Then you also have a Oracle and IBM of the world who was talking about a different platform modernization when it comes to the data for sustainability. So within this entire ecosystem, it is very important how organization can create an environment where you can do end-to-end data, where you can have a data lake, which is more sustainable driven. You can take decisions based on the sustainability data and the parameters. You have an analytical model and statistical model, which is more with the inclusion and the interlock with the sustainability information. And then you have a reporting, which is very important, which is not only for a regulatory purpose, but also for the internal reporting where you can show that how you are more sustainable data driven organization. So this is the overall structure of my presentation today. You can call it as a point of view. I have written a lot of papers on this, which is actually getting published at a lot of global things, because this is a very big area. This cannot be explained in a very simplified way. There is a ESG, there is a sustainability, there is a carbon calculator, but everywhere there is a data and there is a AI. So this space is keep evolving, and guys, this is a good area to actually invest because I'm seeing that a lot of students are here. This is kind of a sustainability and data is going to be there for another 10 to 15 years. It's like a retirement plan, right? We joke this in the corporate world, right? So if you invest today on the right methods, right strategic and the right strategies and the analytics skills, I think this is going to be a big thing in the future. With this, I'm actually closing my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav, for the excellent presentation in a totally new area for many of us. Okay. We had 4 excellent presentations. Okay, and let us now go through the questions. Okay, so one second. Let me. Okay. Now the first question from Priyanka Kothari. So she has asked, have you considered error correction model in addition to WARE? Okay. I guess the question is for the first presentation.
Yes.
That is for Bhanu Pratap Singh. Okay. Yeah, you want to answer that, Bhanu?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Priyanka. So there are 2 parts to your question. So we have only looked at VAR models and local projection models. We've not looked at error correction models, basically the co-integration setup. The second point is also well taken. So yes, news contents or the discussion about the state of the economy is, of course, I mean, it's very likely to be correlated with the how the macroeconomy is actually turning out to be. So you can tackle these things in a few different ways. So in our case, we looked at generalized impulse response functions where when you put up these different indicators in the local projection setup, you don't need to look at any sort of ordering or whatsoever, and that the identification itself takes care of the correlation between different variables. One can also look at a simple Cholesky model, and we in fact did that. I mean, like you can look at a VAR or a local projection model and use Cholesky identification approach. There, depending on where you place the uncertainty indicators, it can come first, which would be you would treat it as a purely exogenous indicator, vis-a-vis putting it last, along with, let's say, GDP first, let's say GDP, and then inflation, and then let's say the monetary policy rate, and then putting the uncertainty indicators. There you would be assuming that uncertainty is reacting to all the other indicators placed first in the model. So, between these 2 alternative approaches, our results do not change. So,
sorry, can I ask you a little more thing in it? So what were the dimensions of your VAR?
So we mainly work with the local projection model. VAR is basically used as a robustness check on that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. Next, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that Priyanka has brought up a very interesting point in terms of using the co-integration framework for analyzing the short-run and long-run impact of uncertainty. So that could be a question where which could be applied to let's say the banking sector, where shocks or uncertainty shocks in the 2010-2013 period had a possibly a long-term impact on how the banking sector evolved after that period, in terms of very high NPAs, low credit growth, and so on. So, and then, we're also talking about in terms of today's time, where, we've gone through 3 years of the pandemic. We're talking about how this will lead to, permanent changes. So maybe uncertainty shocks of the nature of, let's say, demonetization or, pandemic could alternate, could fundamentally change in the way the people react to certain, policies. So these are questions which can be explored further.
Probably too many at-level correlation can compromise your standard error. That's what my concern.
Right. I mean, at least in our, in our setup, we are reporting robust standard errors. So, but then this remains an active area of interest in terms of both, microeconomic or macroeconomic implications of uncertainty.
Next question is from Amena. So it's asking what software and algorithm is used for web scraping for uncertainty and keyword search.
Okay, so we use Python, and in Python we use a number of packages, but mainly the web scraping is done through Selenium. And for Google Trends, there's an unofficial API called PyTrends. So you can use Selenium to get to web scrape news articles, and PyTrends to fetch internet search intensity data from from the Google Trends API. Now, if you're comfortable with R, there are alternatives in the R environment as well. You can look at R Selenium package, as well as there's an R. There's a Google Trends API for R as well. I think it's called GTrends R. You can look at those things also.
Okay. Yeah, just one question from my side, Banu. Okay, you have presented the data up to 2018 and so, and after that, of course, it was a COVID time. So have you done any preliminary work for that or planning to do that?
So Dr. Lakdawala, in the first iteration, we did the, we had the index till June of 2019. Now we have the index data updated till December 21. So, if I just have to give you some sort of insights into the data and how uncertainty or sentiments behave. So, in terms of the economic sentiments, we find a large dip in economic sentiments consequent with different waves of the pandemic. Then, uncertainty, on the other hand, increased. All throughout the pandemic, we've had high uncertainty, barring a few periods, and very low negative sentiments. So we've done it till December 21. We're also planning to release this data in the public domain so that other researchers can use and check this data, can use this data in the research. So that's a plan in motion as we speak.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I think similar question to Nirja as asked by Amena. What tools, etc., have you used for neural network and other aspects?
Okay, so I have basically used TensorFlow models, and these models are you can use them and access them easily through R and Python. So basically, I have for coding I have used R and Python, but they make a call to TensorFlow models.
One other question which I see is from Manas. What are the outliers in the case where we are using light as data? This is for the third presentation by Ayush.
So can you elaborate on that? So what do you mean by other instances where light has data? So I mean, there are 150 other papers on nighttime lights and economic activity. But can you elaborate on I mean, can the person who asked the question elaborate more?
Manas Patil had asked, I guess what the meaning is, how do you identify outlier? Because data here is the light, so some brightness, I presume. Okay.
Yeah. So for example, there are outliers like gas, like gas flares. So in Bombay high fields, you have values like 2000, 3000. But it's more of a judgment that you think that these are not related to economic activity. So what we have done is that we have eliminated pixels with very high standard deviation. So then these could be forest fires, gas flares, or.
Okay. Is Manas there? Manas Patil? No, I think. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is a question again from Amena to Bhanu. Which software you have used? Okay, I think yes, but anyway, how you select the index formula so that outliers can be avoided or handled? How keywords are selected?
Thanks again for that question. So in terms of the software packages used or alternative that question. Then in terms of the index formula, so we largely follow the existing literature to, for index computation. Then the third question is how keywords were selected. So we look at keywords which are, we do two things. We look at different reports of the RBI and trace out keywords which are frequently occurring or deemed to be important for for analyzing the macroeconomic context. So that's how we select the keywords, and also of course we look at newspaper articles which are also discussing macroeconomic fundamentals, also mentioning uncertainty, risks, and everything. So our keyword selection is based on all these, our reading of the different publications. Yes. So I think there's another related question from Rosie. The question is that since we use a lot of newspaper articles, do we first check the authenticity of those articles before checking, that is, using it for the uncertainty index? So here, because we're looking at only business dailies, the first sort of filtration or check happens at that stage. We're using only business dailies like Business Standard, Economic Times, Financial Express, and so on. So it's assumed that these newspapers would be mostly talking about news related to economics, finance, and business. Then the second sort of filtration, we do a small, we do a filtration using some keywords like economy, economics, finance, business. So we select articles based on these keywords, and then in the third stage, we calculate the different uncertainty index. So, sometimes what happens is there are nuisance articles, as you've mentioned. There are nuisance articles even in these newspapers. For example, they could be talking about sports. They could be talking about, people write their questions related to, let's say, personal finance. And, the editor of the newspaper or some special correspondent would be answering those questions. And there are, these are given out as news articles. So we remove all that. So that's how we do the, the checks on our data.
One other question, Bhanu, is that this is from Amena, saying that is nighttime data freely available for all countries?
Yeah, so it is. So that's the thing, right? So it's freely available. So why isn't everyone using it? Because of the data manipulation challenge. But yes, the data set itself is freely available. It's given by NOAA in partnership with Payne Institute. And all throughout, like 1992 to 2013, everything is just given by NOAA.
Okay. Any further question? No? Then let me conclude this session. Let me first thank, all of you and Swati Madam for having me chairing this session. It was a lot of learning and lot of fun. Let me just quickly tell a little bit about first session by Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh. I being totally novice to economics, I thought whether I will understand or not, but he explained in a simple language which I could understand. So thanks, Bhanu, and I'm sure all others have understood even better from that. Second session, of course, there Nirja was speaking same language which I know, so it was easy for me to understand, but an excellent work there. Third one, the topic itself looked so mystifying. I was wondering what it is, but it was, it was revealing to know that light can talk about economic activity just at a first glance and then carrying that out. Okay. So that was the third session. And fourth session is another new area of sustainability. So thanks for bringing those aspects for that. So thank you very much, everyone, and over to Swati Madam.
Thank you, Professor Lakdawala, for agreeing to chair this session at such short notice. Thank you to all the paper presenters of this session and for making it so interesting. I think the questions, there is still one question, maybe I'll ask for Bhanu, which has come from one of our students. I'll pass on the question on the email, Bhanu, and then we can take it from there. It has come there, so we'll certainly, I'll ask her to write to me and I'll send it forward it to you. Now we can all take a break for lunch. It is 1:35. We will assemble at 2 o'clock for our second session. Thank you, Dr. Lakdawala, once again for keeping time, and we look forward to seeing you at other conferences as well. Thank you all. So we'll rejoin at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, Renuka. Good to see you. You're unmute.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. I'll make you co-host so that you can present your.
Sure. Are you able to see?
Yes.
So I still have 10 minutes, right? We are starting.
Yes, yeah. The first one is Karan Garg.
Right. And how much time do I have? Each person has?
Roughly you get about 15 to 20 minutes.
Super. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll switch off now and come back again.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Ajit Kumar.
Hi, good afternoon, Swati madam.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Kumar. Almost all our speakers are there, and we have 2 more minutes. Do we wait or do we
Yes,
start?
no, we can wait.
We can wait. Okay.
So the order is same what you have sent me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Aniket.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Can we start? It's
sure.
Yes. Welcome everybody to this second session of the conference on big data and data analytics for public policy. We are very happy to have Dr. Ajit Kumar chair this session. Dr. Ajit Kumar is the professor and head of the Department of Mathematics at the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. He's an alumnus of the University of Mumbai, having done his MSc and PhD at the Department of Mathematics. His research interests span over optimization techniques, data analytics, and mathematical pedagogy. He has published widely. He has 5 textbooks, and he has guided 2 PhD students and 15 master's projects. He has given lectures at various national and international institutes, and is currently, and since 1993, he is also the president of the MTTS Trust. Our association with Dr. Ajit Kumar goes beyond this to say he has also taught the course on data analytics and data science, which was conducted by the Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy in collaboration with a partner institution. And our students in that course have immensely benefited from his lectures during that course. Welcome, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and the session is all yours.
Thank you very much, madam. First of all, I am delighted to chair this session, and thank you, madam. And I thank the department for inviting me to chair this very important session, a conference on big data analytics for public policy. This is one of the very favorite topic these days. I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to it. So this session consists of 4 lectures in 1.5 hour session. So I'd request the speaker to possibly have a talk for 15 minutes or so, and maybe 5 minutes for question answer. So that will be my request to all the speakers. So the first speaker of this afternoon is Mr. Karan Garg. So let me very briefly introduce to you all. Mr. Karan studied economics at the University of Warwick, where he earned his first-class bachelor's in science and was a two-time recipient of Oliver Hart Prize. His undergraduate dissertation was published in Warwick Monash Economic Student Paper Series and has been presented at International Conference of Undergraduate Research. He is currently a research analyst for the economics consulting firm known as Compass Lexicon. And in future, he would like to continue his research in big data analytics and its impact on financial market. So his topic of the talk is machines and markets, assessing the impact of algorithmic trading on financial market efficiency. So over to you, Karan. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to start by sharing my screen quickly. Please let me know when you can see the presentation. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
No, not yet.
Okay, how about now?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yes. I think you are the co-host, right? So
yeah, it should be up. For me, it seems like it's up.
Now it's coming up.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
It must have been a weird error. Anyway, thank you very much for that introduction. Yes, so I'm going to be talking to you a bit about algorithmic trading, or algo trading, ATs, I might call them, and financial market efficiency. So good afternoon to all of you, or good morning from here in the UK. So let's get started. So this paper has two main concepts, algorithmic trading and financial market efficiency. So I'll start with ATs, algorithmic trading. What are they? ATs are programs used by banks, institutions, pretty much anyone nowadays with all the low-code tools available, which can create and place trade ideas. The main difference between ATs and just brokering programs is that they can actually generate the trade ideas rather than just place them for you. On the right-hand side, in the blue box, I have a bit of a summary of the paper, just the whole thing, in case anyone would like an overview. The second part, what is market efficiency? The economists listening among you will know that there are many, many different ways to measure efficiency, allocative efficiency, productive efficiency. For this project, I focused on informational efficiency. So that's looking at how well information is incorporated into the market and into the price. So ATs began largely in the 1980s when stock exchanges started to computerize their trade information. This allowed traders to enter and exit trades without actually having to physically be present at their desks. Back in those days, the programs were very rudimentary. They were mainly just a block set of rules that would execute trades when those rules were met. Today, obviously, with the advent of data science and machine learning, they're much more advanced. They're used in massive volumes, massive velocities. High frequency trading is a very commonly cited example of this. One market which they're very commonly seen as foreign exchange markets, because these markets aren't tied down to a specific exchange like the London Stock Exchange, etc. They're open 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, and which is why they see so much volume, which is ideal for ATs. So how are we measuring informational efficiency in this paper? In 1965, these two gentlemen on the right who you see here came up with something called the efficient market hypothesis. It's one of the most important, one of the most famous results from financial economics. And it essentially claims that in an efficient market, an informationally efficient market, past prices and information cannot be used to generate consistently profitable trade ideas, because the price of the asset should already reflect all past information. And so that information is now useless to you. You can't use that to generate any ideas to trade. While they came up with it at the same time, they had slightly different versions of how they thought the market would operate. So Eugene Fama, he claimed that prices should reflect, asset prices should reflect the true value of the company. So what the fundamental value of the company should be is what would be reflected in the price. And Paul Samuelson, he claimed that stock prices actually fluctuate randomly. They follow a martingale, which is a form of a random walk. And while this is a very famous result, it's actually also very controversial. If past and present information is useless in determining future prices, then any active asset management strategy would essentially be useless, right? Because we can't use any of this information to get any supernormal profits. We're all better off just finding a company that looks like it's going to grow and holding that stock for the long term. So what is the current literature on this field? Because these algorithms are proprietary, there isn't a very expansive body of literature. What does exist is more sort of general literature looking at how these algorithms affect more broader market characteristics like liquidity, volatility, book depth, things like that. One very notable paper that has tried to look at the causal effect between ATs and market efficiency is this one by Castura et al., Jeff Castura. It's one of the only ones that's tried to do so far, and it does so using variance ratio tests. And they find that algorithms tend to increase market efficiency because they provide liquidity to the market by adding so much volume, and they essentially smooth out the market, which can add confidence to investors who are looking to load or unload large positions. One general consensus in the field is that more reliable data is needed to study this phenomenon. And the way this paper tries to address that is by, instead of using any real world data where the proportion of algorithms is potentially unknown, it simulates an asset market and exogenously controls the amount of algorithmic traders in it to assess its impact. So what does the model look like? So it's an agent-based model. A brief introduction to those, if you don't know, it's a model where we generate individual agents, individual traders in this case, which can have heterogeneous characteristics, and then they interact and they produce group level dynamics, which are then analyzed. So this is a very, very simple model of a market. We only have one stock, which contains a true price, which is linearly evolved over time with a few exogenous shocks here and there. And we have four types of traders: arbitragers, who engage in arbitrage strategies, who try and find deviations between the trading price and the true price and aggressively try and fix those deviations. We have chartists, who essentially they're the people who try and use price action. They have various statistical techniques to look at the trading price and analyze the price trends. We have value traders, who you could consider as the types of traders who might be trying to grow their pension fund. They just come in every few periods and buy the stock. They don't look to actively manage their position. They're just trying to grow their portfolio over time. And then finally, we have noise traders who, for the purposes of the model, their actions are completely random. But what they're supposed to represent are traders who sort of don't know what they're doing in the market. So one key part of the efficient market hypothesis is the mechanism through which these efficient prices are reached. Essentially, these individual traders, the way markets stabilize is that they act on their private information. They buy or sell an asset based on what they think the asset is going to do. And they're rewarded for this information by some profit, and in exchange for this profit, they give up that information to the market, which is then aggregated in the updated price. To reflect this, the traders, even within these 4 groups, have unique parameters that can drive their trading style. On the right here in this sort of flow chart is just a brief overview of the market mechanism and how in each discrete time step the market accepts bids and produces a trading price. So for the algorithmic traders, I used LSTMs. We've heard all about LSTMs this morning, and I'm sure many of you know a lot more about them than I do, but they're a type of recurrent neural network, and they're very useful for this sort of problem, for price time series or any time series, because they don't suffer from the vanishing gradient problem, which is one where information from a long time ago in the time series often tends to be forgotten, which is not something that we want for this case. The diagram I have at the bottom just shows the full model of what these traders are built of. So the 2 features that are input to the model are the trading price and the true price for the past 20 time periods. And that data is log normalized, then fed into an LSTM layer, a dropout layer just for some regularization, and then it predicts 1 time step ahead. So there's just 1 scalar output, which is just the price in the next period. So this is the overall setup of the simulation. The box in gray is the diagram I had up earlier. It represents 1 market run, so to speak. And the simulation is run sort of in the spirit of like Monte Carlo style simulations. It's run many, many times to create 1 generation of market data. This is just to ensure that, because there's so many individual parameters, it's just to ensure that there aren't any cases of outliers driving the results. And once a generation of data is created, that generation of data is then used to train 1 algorithmic trader, who is then added back to the market. And then we use that whole thing is repeated. We use that data to create another one. And then 1 by 1, we add algorithmic traders to the market, so that over time, we see the proportion of these traders increase. And then we can use this increasing proportion to measure the different effects of their behavior. So what do the results show? Generally, the results are in line with the existing literature. The graph I have on the top right shows the average spread over time, which is generally decreasing, which is good news. It shows increasing liquidity in line with literature. It also implies, there's another graph that shows short-term volatility decreased. Long-term volatility decreased. The graph on the top left here is essentially a graph showing efficiency. It's the proportion of traders who beat the market. If the EMH holds, that proportion should be 0, but you can see that this proportion is steadily declining. And if you extrapolate that, it could reach 0 in the limit, but obviously I didn't test it that far, so it's hard to say. However, the benefit of doing this simulation is that we don't just have to rely on these aggregate statistics. We can actually take a look under the hood and look at these algorithms themselves. So if you look at the graph on the bottom left, that's essentially the feature importance ratio of the trading price versus the true price that these algorithms were using to make their trading decisions. Now, if Fama was correct in his approach with the EMH, we'd see that only the true price should be useful, because price always reflects true price. And so as a result, that should the only thing that should be needed to predict future prices. Now, if Samuelson was correct and that prices fluctuate randomly, then both these features should be roughly equal, or neither of them should be useful at all, really, as prices fluctuate randomly, and so neither of them should be useful for predicting price. But as we can see, that's not the case at all. These algorithms favored the trading price about 6 to 8 times more than the true price, indicating that they could extract some information to generate a profitable strategy. And then furthermore, you can see that on the bottom right, the proportion of runs or proportion of simulations in the data set that are not random increased over time, meaning we're seeing more predictable prices as more algorithms are added, which certainly shows a decrease in efficiency. So why is that? So what may be happening here? One potential explanation for this is that these algorithmic traders are mimicking the traders that were previously successful. So in the early generations of the model, where there are very little ATs, the arbitrages tended to be successful. And it seems like these ATs have mimicked that strategy and over time converged to it. However, the problem with this is that as more and more ATs are added and they start to dominate the market, they now have no reason to maintain the same strategy as arbitrages. So the thing that was holding them to the true price, the thing that was driving the trading price back to the true price through their actions, is now no longer needed, because they no longer need to follow the arbitrages as the niche may change. And this can have a lot of problems, because it can create a lot of instability in the market, which can erode market confidence. You know, if you're a big institutional investor, you need confidence to know that if you want to unload a big position onto the market, you need to know that the price isn't going to suddenly drop, which very well could happen because these algorithms react so non-linearly to changes. One potential way of mitigating this, what regulators could do, is to use tick regulation, which has been used in the past for other things. Essentially, by slowing down the market, some of this risk could be mitigated by slowing down the algorithms and the rate at which they evolve. So one final thing I'd like to leave you with is an alternative to the EMH. This is the adaptive markets hypothesis by Andrew Lo, which is based on sort of a mix of behavioral economics with some ideas from evolutionary biology. In summary, it describes a way that these algorithms could evolve over time, and that evolution process could be seen as quite similar to the way animals or humans have evolved over time, in that there are many features that we have which may seem useless today, but were once useful for our survival. And as a result, there's a niche that these algorithms will try and converge to, which may seem inefficient, but is actually derived from something which was once useful in the earlier stages of their evolution. This could be useful for regulators. If they combined tick regulation with this idea of a niche, they could try and drive the niche to something which they might deem more favorable for the market. They could try push the niche by adding their own algorithmic traders in the market to try and drive their niche themselves. Yeah, so that's just a small conclusion of what I've talked about. That's me done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karan, for your very nice presentation. So we can have a few questions. So participants, if you have any question, you can raise your hand, then I'll call out the name and you can ask questions. Or you could just unmute and ask. Okay, if you have any question. Okay, there. Maybe I'll ask one question. Karan, so you mentioned that this AT, you have considered 4 traders, right, in your algorithms. So why only 4, and you plan to include more, or what is? And then among these 4, did you find some which are more significant than others?
Yes. So, I mean, by well, either by design or by coincidence, these first 2 types of traders, the arbitrages and charges, were definitely more significant. I think perhaps just because the dynamics by which they were designed were more flexible. The other 2 were much more simple. I definitely do plan on adding more types in the future to try and create some more complex interactions.
Right. And this LSTM which you have used in this, how many layers you have considered?
It's one layer of 16 units. I was somewhat restricted for computation at the time of this project, and I had to create many of these. So I had to go for a fairly simple model in the end. So it's just one layer.
Okay. So you plan to see what happens if you add more layers to it?
Yes, more layers and also different types of models rather than just an LSTM as well.
Right. Yeah, some hybrid model you can think of.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question for Karan. I'm Swati here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
And,
yeah, please.
Karan, your finding tells us that, algorithmic traders might bring instability to the market, but it is I'm sure it also brings a substantial amount of efficiency in trades. So between the trade-off between instability and efficiency, what do you choose? Because the cost of efficiency is greater instability in the market. What would you choose?
I mean, it depends on whose perspective you're looking from. If you are the individual traders, if you are these banks, these financial institutions, then I think you would likely prefer the efficiency, because on a day-to-day basis, your bottom line is most important, right? And that's what's being improved by these traders. However, from the perspective of a regulator, I think the instability part is very concerning, especially because it's not immediately visible. Personally, I would always favor stability over the efficiency. Efficiency is something that I think can gradually increase over time. But stability is something that I think is fundamental for investor confidence, and I think is fundamental for the way markets function in general. So I would definitely choose that.
So because if you increase efficiency, your cost of transactions actually becomes smaller and smaller.
Yes.
So stability can be also brought in through regulation.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's just about finding the trade-off between the two. Like we don't want to regulate or get rid of these models entirely, but perhaps manage them slightly through things like tick regulation or whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
So are there any more questions? Okay, we can go to the next speaker. So once again, let me thank Karan. Okay, so next speaker of this afternoon session is Dr. Renuka Sane. She is an associate professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. Her research interest lies in household finance, credit and bankruptcy, pensions, consumer protection in finance and regulatory state. She was a member of the research team of the Bankruptcy Legislative Reforms Commission on Individual Insolvency. She is also a member of the Pension Advisory Committee of the Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority and a member of the Working Group on Personal Insolvency at the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. She has a PhD in economics from the University of New South Wales, and she is also an alumnus of this department. She has an MA in economics from University of Mumbai. And she's going to talk on distribution of self-reported health in India, the role of income and geography. So over to you, Dr. Renuka. Dr. Renuka?
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're on.
I was just saying that it's great to be back at the department. I wish it was in person, but we must make do with virtual seminars at the moment. So thank you very much. And I'm going to talk about self-reported health in India, the role of income and geography. And this is co-authored work with Ila Patnaik, Ajay Shah, and S.V. Subramaniam. So when we start thinking about health outcomes, if you want to know how good the health of a population is, there are three main pathways. One is your results from medical tests. So, the number of people who are anemic, the number of people who have hypertension, obesity, what have you. The second is mortality, and the third is self-reported health. Now, in some ways, the first two are quote unquote more objective because you measure what the test is showing you and you measure when death happens. And self-reported health is a little bit more subjective. So what's the idea behind self-reported health? So it's a simple idea. You actually go and ask the person, how do you rate your health today? So you can either give an answer on a scale of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you could I could just ask you, are you feeling well today? And you could give me an answer of yes and no. So of course, this measure has limitations because my subjective, I might have a larger threshold of pain, for example, versus you, or I might be so inured to pain that I'm always sick. So then it's no different. And therefore, I've learned to feel well given my current level of health today. So despite these limitations, there is an extensive literature that has emerged on the concept of self-reported health. And this literature has also tried to correlate the SRH measure, the self-reported health measure, with more objective health measures such as death, for example, and also looked at correlations of the self-reported health to socioeconomic status. And with its correlation to objective health measures, the literature sort of says that, it's a reasonable measure of figuring out the health of a population despite its shortcomings. It's a measure. It's obviously not the full measure of health of any population. So what do we do in this paper? We use the CMI Consumer Pyramids Household Survey data. This is an important new panel household data set. It has about 170,000 households that are measured each 3 times a year. So every 4 months, CMI visits the household and asks them a bunch of questions on income, expenditures, credit, assets, and some health-related questions. So this gives us a wide array of information about individuals and households. And what is interesting is that it is panel. So unlike the IHDS, which is panel but over a 10-year horizon, or the NFHS, which gives you very rich information about the health data, but it is not panel. What this allows you to do is study the evolution of health or study the changes in the self-reported health of individuals over time. And in that sense, it's a very valuable data set. And also it provides you with a lot of information about the household that other surveys may miss out. And therefore, this is a great opportunity to embark on research about causes and consequences of health. So in this paper, our attempt is to just lay the foundations for this research program. We are very careful to state that we are not trying to do some causal work here. What we are trying to do is just lay down certain facts that the data tells us about self-reported health in India. And this, we hope, is the foundation for a lot of causal work that can come on A, what causes health, and B, what are the consequences of poor health. So what do? We use 6 waves of data. So each wave is 4 months. Across 2018 and 2019. So we deliberately don't use the pandemic period because we know that things were off in the pandemic period. So it's, we look at the state of health in 2018 and 2019, and we have data on about 170,000 unique households and 736,000 unique individuals. And this gives us an overall sample size of about 3.5 million. CMI divides the country into homogeneous regions, which is a collection of districts. So basically, we measure self-reported health across each homogeneous region in India. So what do we find? We find that the overall average ill health rate was about 3.25%. So on any day in India, about 44 million people are saying that they are not feeling good. So this is, you were asked, are you feeling well today? And we find that on any given day, about 44 million people are saying that they are not feeling well. And for any one individual, this translates to about 12 days of feeling unwell in a particular year. How does the age structure of ill health change? So not surprisingly, for infants, you see that the ill health rate is about 2%. It keeps falling down as you get older till about 34, where it's below 1%. So very few people in this age group are saying that they are unhealthy. And as you cross 35 and 40, you see that the percentage of people who are unhealthy increases. And by the time you are in your late 60s and 70s, almost 30% of people are saying that they are feeling unwell. And it's not surprising that we are seeing such a age structure. So if you look at how this varies across income and region, you see that clearly as you get older, your proportion of people who say they are unhealthy decreases. So if you look at, whether it's the 10 to 34 age group or the 50 to 59 or even the 60 plus age group, you see that those in the fifth income quintile seem to have a better health or lower percentage of people who claim to be unhealthy than those in the lowest income quintiles. So the descriptive statistics tell us that clearly there is something going on in income, and there is something going on in region as well. So once we then go on to see the geographical structure of the ill health rate, and we find that there are certain places in India where the share of unhealthy is greater. So if you look at parts of Bengal, parts of eastern UP, Uttarakhand, and parts of Kerala and Andhra are places where you have a large, and Assam, where you have a larger share of people who are unhealthy than the rest of the country. Now, we do not claim to know why this is so. There could be multiple reasons why this is so. It's also possible, for example, that in Kerala, there are older people because, it is an older state, whereas in the northern states, you might have more younger people because of the fertility rate. And maybe the ill health in Kerala is a reflection of the older population in Kerala. And we deal with some of these questions as we go along. But I think mostly our point in this paper is that, look, we find these differences in the country and we do not know what is causing these differences. And what we need to do is to go into each of these areas and find out what is it that is causing such numbers to emerge. So then we want to study the correlations of various explanatory variables with ill health. And what we do here is we run 3 models. In the first model, we just look at a logit regression on a group of covariates. We do not control for location, and we do not allow the income coefficient to vary with, so we don't have a slope on the interaction of location and income. In model 2, we use location fixed effects. And in model 3, we have the income coefficient vary by HR. And we'll show you these estimation results over many slides. But before I do that, I want to show some numbers on the log likelihood of the 3 models. And what we find is that there is a dramatic improvement in the log likelihood and in the BIC in model 2, which is that once we have controls for HR, which is our measure of location in this data set, you see that the model have HR log, you have the interaction effect between HR and income, but that improvement is smaller than the improvement you see once you do just HR control. So this shows that there is a lot of thing going on in location, that location really seems to matter for how your health is. And typically in economics, we just put these district controls or location controls and we forget about them, and we end up focusing more on these coefficients. But in this research, what we want to point out is that these fixed effects are actually very important, and they are showing us a lot about the difference. I mean, they really seem to matter and make a difference to the other covariates of interest. So for example, if you look at this slide, we find that actually once you control for location, many of the effects that you are seeing on religion, on caste, on education just disappear. So these covariates do not seem to be so important in explaining poor health. Females do worse than males, but whether it's religion or caste, there isn't any substantial difference in the self-reported health of people once you start controlling for location. So, the income coefficients remain significant, but we'll show them to you later, or we can talk to you about them. So what we then say is that, okay, let's visualize these model estimates. So let's take an approximately model person, religion or Hindu religion, male in the 35 to 49 age group of the SC/ST caste category with the class 12 diploma education, rural household, income of 30,000 per month. So we take these characteristics and we plug them into the model and we say, fine, given the model, if the same person were in HR1 versus HR2 versus HR20 versus HR100, what is the probability of ill health? Because we are keeping the covariates constant. All that we are varying is the location, right? So what we want to visualize is the effect of location. So the predicted ill health from model 3 is what you see on this screen. It's quite similar to the unconditional SRH estimates that we saw in the earlier slide. But essentially what it's saying is that controlling for everything, there are certain HRs or locations in the country where the same person with the same income and same educational characteristics will be more likely to be unhealthy than in other parts of the country. And I think that's a very important point, because it tells you that there are certain things that are in the environment or in the water or in something else that we perhaps don't know that really make a difference for health, and that health is a local subject and different regions will have different priorities for health, and the same person can actually fare very differently depending on where the person is located. So when it comes to income, we see that, yes, there is an effect of income. So the richer you are, the less likely to be unhealthy that you are. So income does play a difference, play a role. But then we are interested in looking at how income is correlated with location. And so we look at the income coefficient from model 3, and which controls for the location effect as well, and for the interaction between income and location. And what we find is that in those regions that are blue, higher income leads to better health. So income seems to matter in those. It nullifies some of the location effects. So if you are richer in parts of Maharashtra, then you are less likely to be unhealthy. In those places that are white, income makes no difference to your health. In those places that are red, actually with income, things are getting worse. So if your income is higher, it means that you may actually fare worse on health than than otherwise. So how do we interpret the geographical variation of ill health? So what we see is that the ill health of the approximately model person, it's not exactly the model person, varies a lot. And like I said, we do not have an opinion on what might be causing this, because we think that different places will have different answers. So in Assam, for example, there are studies that show that there is a lot of arsenic in the water. That's causing the results in maybe there is something else in other parts. Maybe it's public health. Some regions have better public health, have cleaner water, cleaner air, or maybe it's healthcare, that they have better hospitals and better network of GPs, and that makes people more healthy. So we feel that ideally higher income ought to help, right? It helps your knowledge in terms of what you should do to keep healthy. It helps your nutrition in terms of what you should eat and what you are able to eat. It helps in terms of housing, and it helps in terms of healthcare. So if there were no healthcare, it should, the map that we showed you should have all been blue, which is that as income grows, you should be more healthy. The question is, why is it that income is not having an effect at all, or in some parts of the country, income the wrong medicines? Perhaps it's a worse outcome than not going to the place at all. There might be survivorship bias also. And so what we think is that many research projects are required to understand some of these phenomenon locally. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that basically with this self-reported health measure, especially in panel data, it opens up new opportunities. It allows us to study causes and consequences of health. And in this paper, we have laid some foundations for this research program. We show some broad facts about self-reported health. And what we find is that location really matters. It makes a big difference to your self-reported health. Income makes a big difference at all. Though in certain locations, income is not able to sort of counteract the effect that is coming from the location. There is a huge variation going along in health by HR, which is, different parts of the country are so different that we should not be looking at health universally through one lens. And the question is that, if we have economic growth, that more people become rich, our map says that health will improve only in about half of India. So there is clearly a lot more going on than, just putting income in hands of people to improve health outcomes. And we hope that this has opened up many interesting questions for downstream research. So these are my co-authors, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. It's a very nice presentation and a lot to think about. Okay, so if there are some questions, please go ahead and ask.
Dr. Kumar, there is a question in the chat box.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yes. So the one question is from Dhruv, and he wants to know what may be the cause for positive slope.
Yeah, so we don't know, to be honest. It's a question mark. Especially, you would think that with an increase in income, health will go. So on the whole, on an average, we see the right slope. But in certain HRs, we find it a little weird that health is not actually helping you. So it really requires more epidemiological research to go and see what is happening in that HR or in that district as to why you are not seeing this particular response.
Okay, any other questions?
Renuka, pardon my ignorance about the topic, but I was just wondering, with states like Kerala actually doing badly, is it related to the fact that when there is better public health delivery, there is better awareness, and that leads to a negative kind of a self-reporting of health? Just speculating. What would be your take on that?
It's possible, but this is also, well, we've controlled for age, where it could also be just that there is a, in terms of the food and the diet that people have, there is a worse outcome there. It could be mental health also. So, really, to be honest, I feel that there isn't one answer. So it's very difficult to say what's going on. But yeah, it's possible that the awareness is greater.
Okay, there is one more question in the chat from Vasu Prada. Does the model controls the,
So the model controls for regional dietary patterns in the sense that if you expect that people in one HR or in one state have similar dietary patterns, then yes, it does, right? So for example, if you saw the North India map, you would expect that in districts in Haryana, for example, people are eating roughly similar food, certainly similar than what people in Kerala are eating, or even within Kerala, people are eating roughly similar food, but health outcomes are different. So yes, in that sense, it does control. I mean, it's a HR fixed effect. So in that sense, it becomes part of the unobservables.
Okay, I think Dr. Arun has a question. Dr. Arun, please go ahead. Dr. Arun?
Yes.
Yeah.
My question to Renuka Sahni, madam, is how does the outcome of your research coordinate with what is reports of?
Hello.
How do reports of UNICEF, then Bill and Melinda Gates, Government of India, Health, ICMR, and all others coordinate with this? Because
I think it's
perception of a person and diagnostics are two very different things.
Yes.
And has the report been audited by some medical doctor? And there is considerable amount of epidemiological research going on in the country, such as in St. John, Vellore Medical College, KEM Hospital, then Indian Council of Medical Research, and All India Institutes of Medical Science, Indian Institute of Science. So there is a lot of epidemiological things, and there is more inputs which are relating to the health of a grown-up person related to malnutrition. For example, in Mumbai, the health of girls, which is measured by the circumference of her hand, is half of boy.
So I think these are very interesting questions. And to be honest, we have not correlated these numbers to the official reports, but I think this will be great if this can be done. And we would love to, collaborate with people in these institutions to see what they are finding versus what we are finding. And then to examine further if there are any differences in our results versus theirs, then it is certainly worth studying why is it that these differences are emerging. So I welcome any collaboration on this subject with anybody in this group.
I have just one simple thing to tell you a story. I live in Parel near KEM Hospital. And I go for a walk in the morning and I find circumference of a boy and circumference of hand of a girl, okay, is half. Girl is half of that. Then I discussed this with my brother who is a doctor in Indore. And he told me, Arun, do you know, in a house, if the food is cooked, half is eaten by the husband, quarter by the boy, and 1/8 by the mother and the girl. So this is the geographical thing. And it is, yeah. So it is a lot related to nutrition.
Okay, Dr. Renuka, if you have very quick response to Dr. Arun, because there are a lot of other questions.
I agree with him. And like I said, we'll welcome any collaboration to do correlations with other aspects that might explain self-reported health. So
I'm from the department, by the way. I'm from the department.
Yes.
Yeah, so in want of time, I think there are several other questions, but we have two more speakers. So let us thank Dr. Renuka once again for very enlightening talk, and there is a lot to think about in this direction. And to all the researchers, there are a lot of opportunities in this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Omkar Sate. Omkar is an associate partner in CPC Analytics, a data-driven policy consulting firm which has offices in Berlin as well as in Pune. As a part of CPC Analytics, he has consulted for public and private sectors, including multilateral bodies like WHO, NGOs like Save Children, government bodies like National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, and think tanks like Edonomics Research Forum. Omkar has very diverse educational background. He is MBA from IIM Kolkata and also undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from University of Pune. Prior to CPC, Omkar was also head of the innovation and NPD at Ultratech in Aditya Birla Group. He has also worked with many other companies like Asian Paints, Godrej, and Reliance Jio. So really looking forward to your talk, Aniket. Please go ahead.
Thanks, sir, for the kind introduction. I think my slides would be visible. I hope I'm audible as well.
Yeah, your slides are visible.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay. So, okay. So first, it was really interesting to listen to all of the previous talks, and a lot of the earlier talks were, I would say, academic focused. My particular one is more from the practitioner lens, and it would become apparent why. So, like sir mentioned, ours is a firm which is based out of is a consulting firm based out of Pune and Berlin, and we primarily work in these areas, which is policy analysis, data analytics, and consulting, of course, right? So, and there are a range of projects that we typically handle for various decision makers. So, to the extent that all of the issues that the previous people talked about in terms of the data being inaccurate, the data being messy, right? So, we are at the messy end of trying to figure out what best we can work with, and the entire idea is that how can we help make data-driven decisions for decision makers, right? So that's where we work in, and a lot of when I say data-driven decisions, a lot of it would be then looking into, let's say, data collection and identification, survey design, right? So right from the collection of data to the analysis piece of it, and then trying to feed it into a data-driven process or a data visualization, which then ultimately helps our clients. So some of our clients are, let's say, the World Health Organization, or also GIZ. We also had worked for the German Ministry of Health, and in India, then we have also worked for NGOs like Save the Children, think tanks, and also some government bodies, right? So a lot of the talk right now is going to be focused on what all we have helped implement, so that the practitioner's perspective becomes apparent in that, right? So right of the cuff, the data and public policy, if I were to talk about this, it essentially means two broad categories. So one is data for a public policy, that what is the data that can be used to further the aims and objectives of public policy, right? The other piece, which is also very important, is the public policy related to data, right? That let's say I think there was some talk about GDPR, right? So how is data being governed? How is what are the regulations around data? So broadly speaking, there are these two fields that are there if you talk about data and public policy. Now, I think if I were to talk about what are the traditional sources of data, a lot of the earlier, if you look at a lot of the earlier policy decisions, whether it is in private or public organization, used to rely on government data, right? So there is some initiative which the governments have been taking since the last couple of decades around open data. There is some publicly released survey data which is there, right? Which we all end up using. Then there are RTIs, which people file and then get updated information on various topics. The key questions for all of this is open, accessible, and usable, right? How much of it is actually open? Because the government does collect a lot more data than it releases, right? How much of it is accessible and then usable as well? A few years back, we used to face all of these challenges, right? That there are scanned PDFs which are uploaded, which used to be a nightmare to try and convert into a usable format, right? And whether it is timely or not, because typically a lot of it is released after a few years, right? The worst case scenario being that some documents are declassified after a few decades, right? So all of this is the traditional data, if I were to put it, and the newer data sources, of course, all of these. So one is citizen reporting, right? So where there is crowdsourced information, there are reviews which are posted. There is an open web data, whether it's social media or through web scraping. There are the digital breadcrumbs which all of us leave in whenever we are using any sort of digital device, right? And then there is a remote sensing data. However, there are a lot of assumptions which come around these data sets, right? So which would talk about, let's say, reliability, automobility, right? But the broad theme is that I'm sure that all of us have heard this term, that software is eating the world, right? A lot of our interactions today does involve a lot of digital interaction in every sphere of life, and that only keeps on increasing year and year. So the idea is that each year there are different data sets that therefore become available, which can help policy making, right? So that's the broad context of this. There are also obviously all of these come with their own shortcomings, right? So for example, if you look at Twitter, so Twitter is a great source of data to the extent that you can also go and look that what was it that was said 5 years back, right? But then there are shortcomings in terms of who is it accessible to, right? So there are only a limited set of Twitter users who would belong to a certain class, who would belong to a certain geography, who would have internet access, right? The other piece is also that who gets to use that data, right? So unless you're tying up with Twitter and getting access at the root level, it becomes a little bit difficult to keep on scraping that data as a third party, right? And then there are of course multiple layers built around it, which were touched upon previously. Let's say privacy, for example, right? So all of these are of course the new opportunities and the new challenges as well, which the newer data comes up with. So I think proxy variables was again something that was covered earlier, which talked about while a lot of the data becomes available, a lot of it may not directly relate with what we are trying to measure. So wherein then comes the role of proxy variables. So earlier, I think they were talking about, let's say, a physical fitness of an individual, right? So for an individual, a body mass index may or may not be a great indicator of that individual's health, right? Because all sorts of things come into it. Let's say the fat percentage, the muscle percentage, etc., right? However, if you look at a mass level, then that becomes a good proxy to try and analyze the physical fitness of an individual, right? Then there are let's say if we are talking about public safety, right, or trying to analyze a law and order situation, then the homicide rates become one, or the crime rate might become one, right? Or the cognitive ability in general, which then can translate into the years of education or GPA, or let's say even the grade that is completed, right? So where you would see a lot of the policy talk which is happening in India today, right, which is about pushing up the graduate enrollment ratio. But having said that, that variable does not then talk about the quality of the graduate. So all of so the proxy variable, of course, is extremely useful, and we often do end up using that. But there are of course some caveats to that. So just some examples from around the world of how data is being used. So for example, there was this good study about how cell phone tracking is able to help us understand the movement of individuals and therefore try and propose new routes for public transport, right? Which is a very good use of data, because you are no longer working on assumptions. You are able to track the movements of a large amount of people and thereby plan your public infrastructure, right? The other piece that was, I think, that Google had released some during the pandemic was the mobility data, right? Which I think a lot of us would have seen, that how does the restrictions during the pandemic end up impacting mobility? So what is the hit on mobility, and therefore that becomes an indicator of some level of activity, whether economic activity or other types of activity, right? And then there are of course things like the project Insight by the Government of India, which was covered in some newspapers, which was trying to look at the resident spending patterns and their income declarations with whatever they're posting on Facebook and Instagram, right? So this is obviously a very, very difficult task, because getting access to that data is very difficult, and matching it with that particular person's real identity becomes difficult, right? So a lot of caveats here, but still very interesting that this is how even government bodies are looking at using data, right? Okay, so now we'll just go quickly into some of the things that we have also helped deliver in terms of just to understand the perspective that what is it that decision makers are looking at, in the last few years, right? So broadly speaking, when we talk about data analytics, there are three areas that we handle. So one is a numeric, the second is location and spatial, and the third is the textual data, right? So an example of this is during the recent pandemic, where very, very early into the pandemic, an attempt was made to understand the breakup of COVID-19 cases by district. Now, the public policy context to this was that in the early months of the pandemic, a uniform rule was applied all across the country, right? Whereas the reality was that the spread of the pandemic was widely varying across these districts and across the country, right? So you would see that, let's say, the major cities like Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, right? Or let's say even the major state capitals which are there, they were in this, you can see that they're in this list where they are clearly far more impacted than the rest of it, right? So 452 districts made up about 98.5% of the total cases in India, right? So therefore, the way that it would help policy makers is to try and understand whether they can ease restrictions in the rest of the districts, right? So whether you need to have heavier restrictions in these particularly affected ones, or ease the restriction in the other ones, right? Because the restrictions end up impacting a lot of economic activity as well, right? So the broad idea behind this was also that is it possible to create a district level or a city level pandemic model rather than a country level one, right? So a lot of us would have seen such kind of models during the last 2 years, right? I think this piece was covered earlier, where we have also kind of talked about high frequency indicators to understand the state of the economy in near real time. Since one of the earlier talks covered this, I'll not delve too much into this. So one of the ways that we had also tried to analyze was the NOx data, right? The nitrogen oxide levels, because vehicular and industrial activity are some of the major sources of those emissions. The decline it's something that would help us understand what is the decline in the overall activity, right? Especially in the economic one. So the piece is, of course, that this can be used in a shorter time frame, because the moment you try to do this across a longer time frame, you are then faced with a technological constraint that the NOx levels do keep on varying with each upgrading technology that the cars experience, right? So while this could be done over a short period of time, over a longer period, then you need other methods to try and adjust for the changing technology as well, right? So similarly, one of the things that we had done in Pune was to try and understand at a ward level rather than at a larger city level, whether at a ward level we are able to come out with a risk analysis to also inform people and inform the policymakers as well. Because if you look at the institutional structure of any urban local body, there are a lot of people. There are people that are devoted to the ward level as well, right? So the idea was that can we help make data-driven decisions at a city level and at a ward level as well. So therefore, we considered, let's say, things like the population density, right? We also considered specifically the slum population density, right? Or even let's say the wash vulnerability, because a lot of the cases, if you look at it, were actually transmitted through common toilets, right? So therefore, what is the number of shared toilets that are present? And then trying to understand through the PMC, the corporation data, the number of old elderly people in each particular ward, right? Because they were particularly vulnerable to this particular disease, right? So this was another interesting thing that was done. Okay, spatial data. I think enough has been talked about the night lights and this. I think there have been a few examples of how the urban growth can also be studied by looking at how Google search and how the Google images can help see the changes over time, right? Okay, so this was one that we did in 2017, which was again a German project. The idea was that to try and understand the electoral patterns. So the AfD, AfD is a far right party in Germany, and they performed particularly well in some districts and in some areas, right? So we were trying to understand what is it that has caused their, whether it is correlated with, let's say, the age of the electorate, right? And wherever the elderly population was higher, there was some correlation with the number of with the vote share that went into AfD, right? So which was interesting, because a lot of their electoral talk was centered around issues of identity, which was seen to be more attractive towards the elderly population rather than a younger one, right? So this was just this is an example of how data can be used to understand the trends and to try and understand what is happening across different segments of the population, right? And if you were to do this across India, now if anybody has read about it, there is a lot of electoral data that is now being digitized, right? So all of the talk about how folks who are in the election management process, they end up using a lot of the data to try and target voters, right? So that has been made possible because of the digitization of that particular data set, which varies across states. But you will expect that across India that there will be a huge upsurge in that in the next few years, right? Because then you will be able to understand the population demographics, the things like, let's say, NFHS, which would be done at a district level, right? Then you will be able to analyze the electoral patterns as well, right? And then trying to correlate the two into analyzing what can work at a district level, right? Okay, so now text data, of course, then there are these three types, right? That there is a web data, there is a social media, and then there is a e-newspapers data, right? So again related to elections, so we had tried to compare the coverage by NDTV and Republic TV in the run-up to the 2019 general elections, right? So you can see clearly that there is some difference in the way that they talk about it from on Twitter, right? So Republic TV was then talking more than 50% of their time on let's say Pakistan, right? So in the 2019 elections, I would say security of the country was a major issue which was there, right? So therefore you can see that there is a clear distinction between the attention which is given to each topic by each of these channels, right? So this is obviously not enough because this is just looking at the tweets, right? About what was the topic in that sense. This is not looking deeper into what was the kind of analysis that were presented there. But this is one of the indicators that can help us understand the let's say the things like, let's say, the ideological biases of certain channels, right? So these are some of the things that so for example, you can see that even when we talk about vulnerable sections, right? There is a clear distinguishing factor between what each channel talked about. Okay, so the way that that text analysis can be used is also in trying to understand the bilateral statements and policy documents. What are the kind of things being talked about, and what is the kind of trade between these two countries, right? So this I think anyone can do, even looking at PIB data. If one were to do it for India, right, to try and understand that amongst all of the press releases which are there, what are the things being talked about, what are the trends for each of the topics, right? Okay, so coming to social media, then another one was to try and understand that how do the patterns of different individuals and different ministers differ when it comes to tweeting. Then there was a project done for the Maharashtra State Election Commission to try and understand that how do candidates, so what is the usage of social media by candidates, right? And then that is correlated, we looked at different dimensions, right? So one was the total assets holding by the candidates, of course the declared assets by the candidates, the educational degrees, and then the criminal cases against the candidates, etc., right? So this was just an analysis done to try and better understand the candidates who are there for elections, right? Okay, so coming to e-newspapers, now this was for a project for Save the Children, where the idea was that, so if you look at crime data, right, the National Crime Bureau reports it at a city level, but what is happening within different areas of the city, that is very difficult to find out. That is, I think, near impossible to find out from that particular data, right? And FIR data is typically not made public, right? So now Save the Children is an NGO which was trying to understand this whole piece about child sexual abuse in Delhi, right? And then the different dimensions of that, including the spatial, the temporal, the crime details, right? The offender details, that who is the one who is the offender, and the victim details as well, right? So therefore, one of the ways that we were trying to aid their decision making, because a lot of their subsequent activities in terms of trying to work for children are dependent upon the data and the analysis that is available to them, right? So one of the things that we had tried to do was to try and scrape newspaper articles to create a data set, right? Then we tried to understand the intra-city trends that otherwise were not publicly available, right? So we looked at newspaper reports to that, and then then different things come about, right? That what is the relation between the offender and the victim, right? Where from newspaper reports it came about that neighbors were the most of the offenses were done by neighbors, so roughly around 48%, and then the location of the crime was also the house of the victim or the house of the offender, right? This was to try and understand. So the way that this would help inform Save the Children's work is that then they will be able to identify which are the areas that they would want to work in, right? So for example, some of the places which are considered to be safe in that sense, right? Whether it is a home, whether it is a school, right? Whether it is a workplace, or if it's an orphanage, right? These also end up reporting a lot of claims, right? Then there are some public places as well, which includes parks, public toilets, railway stations, etc., which came about in that. So amongst the unsafe places, then there were also things like amongst the places that are traditionally considered unsafe were also things like, let's say, forests, right? So, or plots or construction sites, right? So that was also interesting to analyze this. And then the idea was also to try and understand whether to get some insights. So the way that this was being used is to try and direct some of the research work. So for example, how do child abusers trap children, right? Or are children in slums more vulnerable to child abuse, right? So what is the geographical places in which this occurs, right? Obviously there is a since we are referring to newspapers, there is a large bias that does come in, right? One is that, of course, we are only looking at those cases which are reported in the newspapers, right? Then if someone is doing this only in English, then it becomes a language barrier as well, right? That the only cases which are reporting in certain types of newspapers are being picked up, right? So all of these biases do come in all of the research that we do, which we try and correct for qualitatively. But of course, it's a tricky task in that sense, right? The last piece is that how do we help decision makers build systems that use data for decision making, right? So rather than just a one-time thing, is it possible to build a system that helps use more data for decision making? So that is something that will aid the decisions of the organization on an ongoing basis, right? So one of the common ways in which this is done is by data visualization, right? So for Manrega, then we had tried to look at how do they feed into the sustainable development goals, right? So then there is a dashboard. Another way in which that this can be done is by trying to look at setting up processes that inherently use data, right? So we'll just talk a few about those. So for example, in public health intelligence, we had talked about, let's say, at a global level, we had helped the WHO. We had built a WHO hub for pandemic and epidemic intelligence in Berlin, right? Then there is a public health intelligence. So health intelligence is essentially the application of data analytics in the public health domain, right? And then there is a medical seat. So we'll just discuss a few of these. So all of these pertain to different areas of using data analytics, right? So the WHO hub, which has been set up last year for pandemic and epidemic intelligence, it's situated in Berlin. This is now looking at, this obviously recognizes that better data, better analysis, and better decision making is required, right? For pandemics and epidemics. And the way that they have gone about it is trying to set up a institutional structure about it, right? So whether it is, let's say, helping enable the building of the best technology, or linking global and local initiatives, because across the world there are hundreds of initiatives which are going on to inform decision makers. So how do you link all of those? How do you nurture communities of practice wherein you're bringing in professors or practitioners from different geographies and helping nurture their talents and their areas of expertise as well, right? So this is the way that they have approached it. Now, if we were to go local, then at an urban local level, one of the initiatives that is being done is in Pune, where it is about using health intelligence at a very, very urban local level, right? Why? Because urban geographies are very, very complex. You get all sorts of people, right? So in Mumbai, you have people ranging from the Ambanis down to the slums of Dharavi, right? So there is a huge heterogeneity. The health outcomes are different. The health equity matters a lot, right? So there is a lot of complexity there. And essentially the public health intelligence process is this, right? That collecting data, insight generation, taking action, and improved outcomes. But how do we institutionalize this becomes an interesting challenge. So, for example, if we were to talk about, let's say, Singapore, right? So Singapore also, similar to us, faces some diseases like dengue, right? So one of the ways in which they collect data is by, again, using spatial data where the case has occurred. And basis that, then they do a hotspot mapping, then take action like fogging, like spot checks at those particular hotspots. And one of the ways in which this also helps citizens, because this is available publicly, is that citizens are able to view this, and take decisions at a local level as well, right? Then they also run pilots in which they try and understand what is the impact on, let's say, mosquito breeding, right? So they run well-controlled pilots. So all of this feeds into this particular health intelligence process. Another example is from the UK, where
Mr. Omkar, if you could wind up.
I am just at the end of the presentation. In another couple of minutes, I'll be quiet. So this is another example. So this again is something that we are helping do in Pune, where the idea is to use health intelligence at a local level, right? Okay, so another piece that is there is let's say, if you talk about MBBS, right? So MBBS students going abroad and studying, it's something that we have all read about. But if you look at let's say the state-wise variation in MBBS seats, you can see that Tamil Nadu has a lot more seats as compared to West Bengal and Bihar, right? But why does this matter is 85% of the seats are reserved for the state itself, right? And the other 15 are then, so 85% of the seats of Tamil Nadu can only be availed of by Tamil Nadu citizens, which means that any public health official who's looking to set up a new college will now be able to use this particular data to try and analyze whether the next college should be set up in Tamil Nadu or should be set up in West Bengal or Bihar, right? So the idea is again that the capacity of doctors is something that is directly impacts the doctors per capita in the near future, right? So it has a lot of impact in terms of health for the citizens of that particular state and overall of the country as well, right? So these are some of the examples that from a practitioner's perspective that we have tried and analyzed, which helps inform decision makers across different organizations, whether it is NGOs or public sector bodies or private companies, and help make better data-driven decisions, right? So yeah, so I'm at the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Omkar. Since we are already running behind the schedule, maybe if you have a very quick question, we can take. Somebody has. Dr. Arun, I think you had a question. So can you please be brief and then ask question to Omkar?
Arun Khairsagar.
Yes, sir. Please be brief and ask your question.
Yeah, I'll ask the question very quickly. Okay. Omkar Sathe. your election result and all other associations and even the Ukraine studies returnees is very well analyzed. And first of all, compliment to CPC for being nominated one among 70 for the International Analytics Award in 2019. My only question is the parameters which were chosen to affect the election result shows Pakistan 21% and religion 15%, whereas job only 7% and farmers 4%. Now these two, if you apply this, then the results in Uttar Pradesh and the result in Punjab are totally different.
Yeah, so this particular analysis was trying to identify two different channels and how does their coverage differ. And this was during the 2019 general elections. The idea is that, so since media is a vehicle to influence the electorate and the population, how does the variation in the coverage it directly impacts what the electorate is thinking, right? So that was the start of this particular analysis. Therefore, we took two, let's say, popular channels. One which is broadly seen to cater to one segment of the electorate, and another which is seen to cater to a very different segment, right? To try and analyze what is the kind of narrative that these two channels are trying to build. And the way that we tried to look at this data analysis was to try and understand through their tweets, what is the percentage that is dedicated to a particular topic. So therefore, jobs, you can see that in Republic, for example, jobs is very, very low, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they almost didn't talk about jobs as much, whereas they talked about Pakistan a lot, right? Whereas if you look at NDTV, then they talked about, let's say, vulnerable sections and social justice a lot more, as compared to Republic, which talked about it a lot less, right? So this is a visualization of the ideological biases which channels or which people claim that channels have, right? So this was just an attempt to put a data layer to it.
Anyway, thank you very much, Omkar. We'll be obliged to get your email via Dr. Swati Raju.
Sure.
Okay,
thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Omkar. I'm sorry to cut short Dr. Arun. We are really running short of time. Yeah. Okay. So our next speaker, the last speaker of this session is Mr. Aniket Bhatkhande. He is presently working for Wildlife Conservation Trust, and he's also doing PhD in the Department of Economics, University of Mumbai. He also holds a law degree from Government College, Mumbai University. He has worked for Kotak as an analyst. His work in this Wildlife Conservation Trust focuses on social sciences research for Green Think Tank. His work is primarily focused on analyzing micro and macro impact of ecosystems governance in India. And in fact, his organization, that is Wildlife Conservation Trust, has pioneered the use of artificial intelligence in ecological governance. And Google Research India is also providing artificial intelligence to social good initiatives and things like that. So I now invite Aniket for his talk. Aniket?
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to share the screen.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, wait. Just a moment. This is showing some security error.
Is it? I think all participants.
Okay, I
can
need to
share that.
rejoin. Wait a moment.
Hello, Aniket.
Yeah, really sorry. Because this session is being recorded, my laptop would not give me permission to share screens. So I've allowed the permission now, and yeah, I hope now it will work. Yep.
Okay, just check.
Yeah. So sorry. Yep. Yeah. Is it available?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
So sorry about the delay. Yeah, so we are nearly at time. I'm going to speak on the role of big data in environmental public policy, opportunities, applications, and concerns. This really builds up from Omkar's presentation, and wearing the dual hat of a practitioner and a PhD student, I'm kind of going to wear a bit of both. Just to kind of recap, why this issue is critical. So environmental policy in Global South is going to perhaps determine our fight against climate change, because some of the world's most pristine ecosystems continue to exist in the Global South. So the developed world per se has lost a lot of its ecosystems, and that has meant that the challenges of climate change are the most prevalent challenges of the current times. And thus, for the Global South to develop sustainably is a key issue that we are currently facing. Now, how does AI and big data come into this? So basically, broad brush policies, which have been generalized on the basis of large, country level understandings, have meant that the diversity which is inherent in ecosystems and biodiversity, as we call it, has basically been greenwashed, and sustainability has taken a backseat. So that is the premise with which this talk is kind of framed. Decentralization, which has been accepted by the 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment, allows for customization, and laws like the Forest Rights Act, as well as PESA, which is for scheduled areas, allows for customization of policy at the third tier of government, which is the urban local bodies or the Gram Panchayats. Now, here we believe is the big opportunity where large data sets and AI can facilitate effective understanding and implementation of policies, because it mainly allows for 2-3 things that we want to look at. So we basically say that integrating data collection systems at the third tier will be critical in the policymaking calculus for inclusivity. So, how did we get here? India's ecological governance has colonial roots. We basically continue to have a lot of laws that are from the British times, and that is how currently the country's ecosystems are governed. Institutions governing the ecosystem hence perpetuate the inequity and exacerbating poverty around these areas, which is the key hurdle that is faced by communities who live around these ecosystems. So currently, environmental conservation has become a cause that kind of protects the ecosystem at the cost of communities around it. Representation of these communities is inherently lacking and is lacked further. So for example, Renuka mentioned ISDS. So we have tried ISDS and multiple other surveys, and a lot of these surveys, because of the nature of these communities, will not get representations from these samples. And if unaddressed, these data gaps are going to accentuate current biases. That is the premise, that because if there is no data, it will continue to be, and as policy becomes more and more data driven, these gaps are going to be further widened, and that is what we try to kind of address. So what are the gaps? So there is no dedicated mandate or agency for data collection in and around ecosystem areas. Like Forest Department is the enforcement and development agency that is, kind of, again, given the responsibility for data collection wherever it's necessary. But this is being an existing institution replicates its biases and the kind of biases that its part dependencies, its focus on animals and ecosystems. So rather than the community, thus it continues to kind of prioritize certain data over certain others. So we have two illustrative examples in the next slide. So we talk about basically two types of interaction between the communities and the ecosystem. One is crop depredation. So this is basically herbivores eating crops. This is a major issue across our country. Now, when we started work on this with the government, we realized that even though the location of the field is kind of registered in the Panchanama, it continues to not be registered in the Excel sheet, which is primarily done for the compensation that is paid. Thus, there is no locational data available. As I write below that being partners of the state has actually addressed this and has started registering the locations, which is kind of helping out. The other example was death of human beings. This is an extremely sensitive issue. But even here, for example, when we looked at the background data for these people to kind of check their causes for going into the forest, that is unavailable. So even though there is a forensic test on, to determine the species, the economic background or the purpose of the person's visit to the forest continues to go unrecorded in some cases. So these are the sort of gaps that I refer to when I say that agencies that are currently governing the forest continue to perpetrate the existing biases. So let me, what have we done currently? So we have kind of created our own captive data set, which is for around 500 parameters of 5227 households across 183 villages. This is a pooled cross section that we captively use in association with the government data and wherever to correct it. So we kind of will go through three examples. One is one of our existing papers where we have used convolutional neural networks for predicting of human deaths. Now, this is a complete data set and all human being deaths are recorded. So government data could be used to predict human deaths. I go to the map in the next slide. The other part was behavioral data set. So this was from our captive data set, and we used some random forests and classification trees for identifying factors that influence usage of firewood. So this is where the studies have taken place. This, as you see, is Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve, a famous tiger reserve in the state of Maharashtra. And the yellow patch around it is basically a forested area around Tadoba. So this is the primary site where we have worked, Tadoba and the areas around Tadoba. And the research is located in these areas. So as I said, using convolutional neural networks and hierarchical modeling, we used like human deaths data to predict vulnerable areas for human deaths, and like interventions were focused in these areas. Specifically, the Shama Prasad Janvan Vikas Yojana is a scheme that targets villages as priority, and these findings were used for the implementation of this scheme. The key challenge was using an extremely sparse data set, because human deaths is an extremely sparse event, but to get a granular spatial output. This is the firewood usage regression tree. So this kind of maps the behavioral aspects of why communities continue to use firewood despite LPG and its like sustained like push by the government. This looks at reasons apart from incomes and other aspects of it. So these are two applications where we kind of use the government data set and our captive data set to kind of work with the government on policy inputs and actually implemented the outcomes of these. The current work that I'm presenting is basically focused on like herbivore conflict, which is basically herbivores eating crops, as I mentioned in the beginning. Here, the government data set, this is the largest interaction that occurs between humans and wild animals. And the government data set is lacking in terms of our captive data set shows that only 55% of the people report these crop depredation events, as they are called. This makes the government reported data set biased, and we'll look at the model that we have run and look at how it biases the data. What we did was we tied up with villages for data collection and ensured that we get a full reported data set apart from our captive data set. And we ran a model to classify who reports versus who does not. So who reports, it's basically, like what we essentially got was that small landowners and like people who have less damage do not report. Now, this is kind of obvious in the sense that because the payment structure is currently linear for compensation. So for extremely low damage, or in case your land holdings are extremely small, what tends to happen is that your losses are basically too small to kind of get decent compensation, and the transaction cost overwhelms the compensation amount. And this we kind of highlighted as a key hurdle. We think that a fixed and a variable component, so fixed basic minimum compensation, can ensure not only the fact that the poorest are catered to, but also the fact that it will also lead to the data set being more complete, and which can then feed into policy that is more inclusive. So this is the key example that we kind of deal with, where we have kind of used a combination of the government data, supplemented it by our captive data set and on-ground data collection to kind of like actually weed out reasons and given inputs as to how we can not only cater and make the compensation process more inclusive, but also the data collection more robust. So what we highlight through this is this threat of what we call triple marginalization. So these communities are essentially marginalized socioeconomically because there are developmental restrictions in these areas, which mean that some of the basic economic tasks like building a road require a whole lot more permission, and they are off the grid in terms of sometimes electricity, sometimes road network, sometimes both. There's also the ecological marginalization in terms of the fact that the most valuable resources from the forest, these communities don't benefit from, and they are essentially left at the end of what is left in terms of the ecological resources. What we are now facing is the triple threat of data-driven marginalization, where because these communities on the margins don't get covered in a lot of data threat of policy actually now excluding them as it becomes more data driven. That is the key threat. Okay, is my connection fine? Showing me a connection unstable. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes, you're audible. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that is effectively the thread that we wanted to highlight through the paper, and and the way we kind of countered it. What we kind of find end with suggesting is that decentralizing processes like compensation to the third tier will allow for efficient processes as well as better data, and this will be critical going ahead to ensure equal representation in data, which can then feed into a better data-driven policy making. This we believe will be the next step in kind of, it's been 20 years, it'll be 20 years since the 73rd and 74th Amendment recognizing the third tier of government, and actually decentralizing data collection functions, we believe will be a critical element in adopting the constitutional amendments, not just in word letter, but in spirit. In the current state, finance has not followed function. So this will, the current state is, we believe, a state that will lead to more inequity. As we showed in the example, that because there will be a deficit in data, this will be there'll be a feedback loop where it leads to an inequity in outcomes. So as we end by saying, as we move ahead, AI and big data can be either perpetrators of inequities or enablers of decentralization. And the choice will be a policy one. And that's something that time will tell. So thank you so much for your time. We have already overshot. If there are any questions, please.
Thank you, Aniket. Yeah, so if there are some questions, please go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Arun, please go ahead.
Mr. Bhatkhande,
Yes, sir.
I just want very simple thing that what technology is used or what is the size of the data?
Okay.
Is it secondary data or primary data?
Right.
And is it so big if it is from primary data that you require the use of big data and artificial intelligence?
Okay. So in terms of the, firstly, it was a combination of both. The secondary data is northwards of 50,000 data points that the government kind of collects for every interaction between like wildlife and communities. So that was the secondary data. So that is the data that encompasses spatially the entire landscape. Our purposive data set is still around 10,000 households and 500 parameters and 200 villages, still making it decently complex. Like obviously can state it out front that if you compare it to financial data, it does not entail. But sir, the key part was that sometimes some of the generalized modeling does not allow for these minor cuts that data like AI techniques allow for, and that is why we kind of preferred using some of the AI techniques over the linear modeling. Though we must say that we did use the linear model, so it's not to the exclusion of them. Yep. Sir, is that good?
Yeah. Okay. So, is there any other question? Maybe we can just have one more. It is a quick question. Okay, fine. Okay, so let me thank all the 4 speakers of this session. So that, and thank you all for joining. Now let me hand over this to Professor Swati. You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Ajit Kumar, for accepting our invitation to chair this session, and to all the other paper presenters for having presented wonderful papers at this session. I must specially mention the presentation of Dr. Omkar Sathe, which clearly showed the wide applicability of data analytics and big data, and it would be very helpful to our students to give that, get that spectrum of analysis available to them. In the same breath, let me also present the vote of thanks at the end of this one-day conference on big data and data analytics for public policy. It has, as I said, it has shown us the wide and huge applications that this tool can have in and assist in policy making. Let me also place on record my thanks to all the speakers, chairpersons, for accepting the invitation of the Mumbai school. Almost everybody accepted the invitation instantaneously, and with every acceptance I got, my happiness quotient just went one notch higher. I would also like to place on record my thanks to Dr. Niranjan Rajadhyaksha, senior alumnus of this department, and 2 young alumni, Gaurav Bedekar and Gulshan Madhur, for helping in the organization of this conference. All 3 of them were available 24/7, good sounding boards, and gave substantial moral support, which has led to the conduct of this successful conference. I would also like to thank Mala Lalwani, who helped in the logistics and with her insightful comments. Last but not the least, I would just want to say that organizing a physical conference and an online conference has some similarities, some differences. What I really miss in this is seeing all of you all in person, the physical presence of students, of guests, of speakers, paper presenters, and of course the tea, the lunch, over which all of us connect with each other in a big way to make conferences a success. So let me thank you once again for all of you all for having attended this conference and presented papers. And we look forward to a conference in a physical format in the next academic year. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.